Good morning and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2024 National Interclub Sevens, broadcasting live from the Howick Bowling Club and being played in the beautiful city at the moment of Auckland and 7 different clubs around the place. We join you in round 2 of day 1 of section play, and we're going to be covering the women's singles. My name is Alex Reid, and I'm delighted to be joined in commentary today by a world champion in Terry Blackburn. Terry, welcome to the commentary booth.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Excuse me. So I suppose we better talk about who we're going to be watching today. You can see there in the background it is Debbie Jackson on the left and Elaine McClintock on the right. So the way the coverage will work is we'll cover the singles in the main screen, and then the pairs match will be at the top right. So at the top of the show we said Interclub Sevens. Can you explain to the viewers a bit about what the Interclub Sevens is? How does it work?
Yeah, well, the Sevens is made up of a singles, pairs and a fours, and obviously each set of players are representing their club, and I think no matter which club you belong to, there's just a real sense of club pride, isn't there? And yeah, I think it's a great opportunity. Obviously, you have your centre representatives, but this is a great opportunity for people to represent their clubs, right?
Yeah, it's cool. You get a good cross-section. So the way it works is every centre does run their interclub, and you have to win your centre interclub to go forward to the national one, which is what we see here. Last year's winners, the men, Gore, are back to defend their title, and the Tauranga Bowling Club were also victorious. And what was a very... It was a dramatic finish last year, wasn't it, for the women's final?
Yeah, that's right. It came down to the last bowl of the fours, didn't it, between Val Smith and Debbie White? And each of them played absolute bombs to be holding the win and then ultimately finding a result.
And we just heard the hooter go then, and there's no doubting that it started because it was quite some decibels. It was pretty loud. We were sitting in the commentary booth and it came right through. So this is Elaine McClintock delivering the jack, and it's gone to the ditch, so that means it's going to get delivered back to the other player by the marker from Howick, and then redelivered by Debbie. Have you played at Howick before?
Yeah, I played here a few weeks ago for a development rep match. It was an octagonal. So basically, 8 centres spanning from Northland down to Wellington. It was a really great event. And yeah, the greens were fantastic. Couldn't have asked for anything better.
How did you find them speed-wise, Terry?
From memory, it was fast, but possibly not as fast as I was expecting. So yeah, really, really nice speed actually.
So they sort of had a reputation, didn't they, the Howick greens, of being near 20 seconds at times. Possibly a little bit slower than that now. Yeah,
I'm not sure that it would have been at 20 seconds, but perhaps that's what I was expecting. But they certainly have a nice arc, and yeah, you can rely on the bowls to have that nice finish at the end.
So Elaine McClintock playing with the pink bowls, and Debbie Jackson, who's just delivered her bowl there, playing with red bowls. Nice and easy when it's a singles match, isn't it? Just to see who's what.
Yeah, that's it. Wow, what a start.
You'd be happy.
So this is Elaine's second set of pink bowls.
Yes, yeah, and one of her nicknames, of course, is Pinky, which is original.
And I believe it's her first year playing for Mairangi Bay.
Yeah, it is. She's one of the North Harbour's most decorated bowlers, with a lot of centre titles, but starting out anew at the Mairangi Bay Bowling Club. And certainly, I mean, it's been successful, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So on the forehand. It's a lovely line. So it's end 1, Terry, and it's a race to 21 shots. How do you sort of manage the start of a game? Is it sort of you trying to settle in and find your way? How does it work?
Yeah, definitely. I'd just be looking to get that centre line and finding the weight from there. So no matter what happens, I don't know, she's obviously got nice position, but I think so early on you're just looking for that second shot.
You literally just draw another second and
Yeah.
it's happy days. Switching to the backhand.
Might have a little look.
Potentially. Or just trying to draw. Maybe just finding the green on the backhand side. Reasonable start, isn't it?
Yeah, very good. Makes that second shot for Debbie a little bit harder, but still room.
Yeah, and she's just tossing up now whether she'd like to draw the second shot on the forehand, which is interesting. So she's playing the backhand side, following Elaine down. Not far away. She's got the weight right. Oh, lovely effort. And first blood goes to Debbie Jackson, leading 1 shot to 0 in the race to 21. I like the Arrowtown shirts, Terry.
Yeah, they are really nice.
It's been good to see that in the last few years. The club uniform colours have sort of continued to look a bit more modern than what we might have once had. Viewers will have noticed by now that on the top right of the screen there is the pairs match going on between Arrowtown and Mairangi Bay. So if you're interested, you can just keep one eye on that. If you've got your this casting to your smart television, you may find it easier to see that than if you're watching it on a phone. That's a good first bowl.
The pairs have opened up with a reasonable head as well, haven't they?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as it progresses. Obviously, it's a national final, so all of these teams should be feeling pretty confident coming into this weekend. Interesting that Elaine's led off on the forehand, Terry.
Oh, looks like a good decision to me.
Yeah, good. What a bowl. So when you're playing singles, do you try and pick a favoured hand, or do you chop and change?
Oh, I guess, yeah, if you settle onto a hand, it's nice to, just find your groove and keep going. I guess with the conditions, or sometimes just as the game goes on, it might be worth changing. Just keeps you fresh, and even if you return back to that favoured hand.
Didn't look that smooth out of the hand. Just under the line. Always looked that not quite right, eh?
Be interesting to see if these players settle on the same hand eventually, or if they favour the opposites.
Often you find people, you follow your opposition down, don't you? You don't sort of play the opposite hand. This is close here from Debbie.
Yeah, that's well corrected.
Well played. Gave herself 2 chances there too, because if she had been a little bit tighter, she's trailing the jack back, but the right weight that she's still stopped for the shot.
I think Debbie could still get around that one, but yep. She's not phased. That's good.
Lovely smooth delivery. This is Debbie's 13th year of outdoor bowls. Holder of 6 centre titles. Good bowl. That's a lovely shot. It's not a lucky result there, is it? It's a well-played bowl.
Yeah, she was in the right areas. Even if she got past that bowl, she was always going to be in the zone with a nice speed. It's got a bit more chance.
Every chance here of Elaine picking the jack up if it holds just a smidgen. Oh, across the head. And probably, what do you think that is? 1 or 2 there, Terry?
Or tricky. I'm gonna lean with 2.
Have the questions early on. Sort of not a bad head of bowls if you look at the weight they've used, barring that one short bowl at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I think for early in the game, this is pretty solid, and no doubt they'll keep refining.
I think that was a 2. I'll just wait for the scoreboard to be updated, but I'm going to be brave and update our scoreboard. I think 3-0 to Debbie Jackson will be the call. Delivering the jack. So we'd say that's right on the 2 metre mark. It's a full length end, isn't it? Because if you look where Debbie's playing from, the jack's pretty much right back. So this is as far away as a jack can be.
I think we've seen an increase in jack length each end so far.
Very nice delivery that Debbie Jackson possesses. Means there's not much to go wrong, is there, Terry, when you can have a nice simple action?
Yeah, that's it. The way that she delivers her bowl, there aren't too many variables, are there? So if you can keep it consistent, got a higher chance of your bowls being consistent.
Deep words.
Fair effort here.
Just running on a little bit. Staying up on the paddock though, so you think, oh well, that's okay, I can make a correction back.
Really nice correction.
Yeah, lovely bowl. So it's Elaine McClintock here. This is her 26th year of outdoor bowls, though, as you said, her first year at the Mairangi Bay Bowling Club. And she's won only 20 centre titles, Elaine. And this year having won the centre pairs and centre singles to get to that 20, so still going strong. That's a pretty incredible record if you think she's been playing for 26 years and you're a junior for the first 5. So pretty much out of juniors, Elaine has won an average of 1 centre title a year for 20 years.
That's brilliant.
That's not a bad record.
And she's obviously in good form if a couple of those were this season.
Exactly. Bowl just a little bit past. So 2 down on the head here, Elaine McClintock.
Not quite finding her speed at this point. That's why we have 4 bowls.
Such a good delivery. So for Debbie, is it here about you're just trying to make hay while the sun shines? Think, well, while my opposition's not been quite as tight, I'll try and really add the pressure. What
Yep. Yeah, but there's nothing else that she needs to do at this point, is there?
Probably holding 3 on the head, I think. So it's an important. Feels like an important bowl from
The line's really good.
Elaine here. How's the weight? Oh, cut it right down. That's a good bowl. Might not be a great bowl. It depends if the red bowl that sits at 4 o'clock to the jack beats the pink bowl that Elaine just played or not. Whether she's cut it down by 1 or 2. That doesn't really help. I thought there might be a helpful camera angle, but it's not.
Psychologically, though, I think it's helpful not to be dropping more than 2.
Mm.
If you can keep it 2 and under, it gives you more chance to, once you do find your rhythm, catch up.
Yeah, and it was a 2 there. So 5 zip in the race, 21 from Debbie. Very early on. I find singles a fascinating game because it's not restricted to a number of ends, so you don't have to get all your scoring done within 15 ends or 18 ends. Instead, we go to a shot target, and it means we can see some pretty ridiculous comebacks, Terry, because you can get stuck on that 19 or 20, can't you?
Yep. Which is it's quite interesting the way that players can approach that.
Debbie's bowl. So when you're playing singles, how do you approach it? What are you thinking if you're nearing the end of the game? Say you get to 17 shots, how do you feel at that stage? What's your plan?
All going well. I'm just still sticking to my processes, to be fair. I'm not getting too caught up in the scoreline or the points needed. I guess there's that awareness of the scoreboard because that is also important. But for the most part, I'm just thinking of what's going well, keep doing that. And I guess, yeah, right from the start of the game, it all just comes back to process. But I suppose I would break it up a little bit, get to that 5 points, get to 7, get to 10. And I think it's important maybe not to get too caught up in your opposition's score.
Yeah.
Because like you say, it's a target as opposed to running out of ends.
That's a lovely bowl again from Debbie Jackson. I think I recall having her on a stream either for the Intercenter or the Interclub in the last couple of years, and she impressed me on that occasion as well. Very steady bowler. It's the right line, and the weight's not horrific. It's a nice bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, perfect if the jack hadn't have moved, but certainly still a good bowl. Would that be good enough for shot, do you think?
I think it is. It's my instinct when you look at it because it looks quite level to the jack. Oh, just wait until Debbie plays her bowl and have another look at the head. Like it looks level to me, whereas that red bowl that sits at just past 9 to the jack isn't. Around it for 1 though, and it sits down. It's got the shot. Oh, I thought it was going to sit.
Well, opportunities, depending on what happens with this bowl. Of course, Elaine will still have 1 in the pocket.
It's on the tight side.
Really nice speed again.
Oh, she'll be gutted at that if she's given the shot away. What are your thoughts, Terry?
Really depends on, whether she's holding 1 or 2 there. I think you're just drawing another one, and any movement is a bonus. Huge bonus. You would give yourself that chance, but I don't think she needs to actively look for it as such.
Yeah, so it's more you think, if I can get within a couple of feet of the jack, if I'm not getting the jack, I'm stopping for the shot. If I'm through the jack, it's plenty a foot or two is plenty of weight to make the 4 happen, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
Out the hand, nice and smooth again. So just looking to draw in there. The line's lovely.
Similar to her last.
Yeah, you could see she added a little bit of weight there. I think that was essentially the perfect weight for the shot.
Yeah, it would have been a nice sort of little trail speed.
So that bowl to our left is the shot. So Elaine, it's the one that Elaine sat down. She'll be disappointed with that result. And just willing this bowl to hold up. How's the weight? Not to be. And it will see Debbie get to 5 now. Chipping away in those early stages.
In the pairs game though, Mairangi Bay have had the best start there.
That's one of the interesting things, isn't it? That we probably should cover is at the Intercentre and the Interclub, because you pick a team of 7 people who play fours, pairs and singles. It's divided into matches. So a match is the overall who's won out of the singles, pairs and fours. So if your club or centre can win 2 of those games or more, you win the match and get your match points. So it's not all about who wins the singles game. It could be that Arrowtown wins the singles and Mairangi Bay wins the pairs and fours, and then they get the match point from that. What do you think happened there, Terry?
I'm not sure, sorry.
The marker asked a question of Elaine and Debbie. Maybe just, would that be perhaps a conversation about how you communicate things? Because every player has sort of, there's different ways you can tell people the situation on the head when asked, isn't there?
Yeah, that's it. What are the rules for markers? Are they quite strict with how you word things?
No, not so much anymore. In the indoor game they are, and
Yes.
20 years ago in outdoor they were. So it used to be, and it still is an attitude that comes through sometimes, but it used to be if you were the marketeer and I said, is my bowl touching? And my bowl was 3 millimetres away from the jack, you would say no. And it was up to me to then go, well, how
What's
far
the
away is
distance?
my bowl, please? Nowadays, the markers you're able to give a little bit more of a perspective. So
Yeah.
if I said marker is my bowl touching the jack, you could go, no, it's a few millimetres away. You don't have to wait to be asked every bit of fact. It's just about having a bit of common sense.
Yeah.
So the markers are allowed to, you can't give direction obviously, but you can infer what the question is. Because clearly if I'm asking if my bowl's touching or not,
Yeah.
my question is about how far away,
You could probably
if-
guess what the next question is.
if it's a few millimetres away, that's really helpful information. So it's become more relaxed in the last few years in outdoor bowls, which I think is a good move. I also think that the imperial system still holds sway in our game. We still talk in feet and inches. I think you just figure it out. You would be a similar experience, Terry?
I still wouldn't be that
No?
confident with feet and inches.
Okay. So you use the metric system in
I
bowls.
I probably talk about mats and half mats because I'm a very visual, and it's something that you can't misinterpret. Everyone's got the same understanding of the length of a mat.
So that's something that, look at this here from Debbie, if it holds, good bowl. That's a really good point, and that might be harking back to the reason we're on this tangent. Perhaps the market said, well, how would you like me to indicate how far away the bowls are? Because you could use your hands to indicate, or you could talk in metric or imperial, or just use your mat system. Meanwhile, it's beginning to feel important that Elaine scores soon, not because it's an insurmountable gap, 5 shots is nothing, but it's just nice to score in a game of singles early-ish, isn't it?
It's just a momentum thing, I think, and the more, Debbie's momentum snowballs, the less Elaine's getting off the ground. So, yeah, it would be nice. And even just getting a hold of that jack, that can always make a difference in itself.
So enough room here for Elaine to draw. Oh, it looks like it's on the tight side to me. Just running away. Lovely weight.
Really nice speed.
One more shot to Debbie Jackson. It will now take a 6-0 lead in this race to 21. I think it's a 2 3/4 hour long time limit, or 21 shots, whichever comes first. But that should be an ample amount of time in singles to get the game done. Beautiful weather here at the Howick Bowling Club. Although it did rain this morning, which was not ideal.
Can hear a bit of a breeze out there. I know that when we played here a few weeks ago, again, we had stunning weather, couldn't ask for anything better. But yeah, that breeze out there certainly did have an effect. More just to the extent that you had obviously a wider hand and a tighter hand. The wide one is quite nice to play though, because you could really use that wind.
Yeah. On the back end, so just watching this, Debbie seems to have picked the club side of the rink to go upwards, up and back on. Remember, Elaine was playing the forehand coming this way in the last direction. Let's see what hand she plays. So following Debbie down now.
She'll be really happy with that start. I think she's starting to find her weight. And it won't be long before she picks her line as well.
Is it going to stop in time? Oh. Always a relief, isn't it, when the bowl stops on the edge of the ditch? Lovely line. So Elaine actually holding the shot here, Terry, which is, that must be a nice space to be in when you're trailing 6-0.
Yeah, and it's probably not something she's had the luxury of so far in this game. Not even at the early stages of the end. She has changed her hand.
What would be the reason behind that, do you think?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I would have expected her to come that same backhand way, just purely because her speed was obviously great, those first 2 bowls. There was no real need to change her hand.
Close here from Debbie.
Yeah, that's really well played. If it hangs about.
Oh, there's your Howick. Late turn. I don't think she's got the shot there. A measure, she says. And Elaine, very cleverly actually, she dropped her bowl, but if you drop it onto the mat that you're standing on, that mat there, it gets it's not as bad as if you drop your bowl from knee height onto a green, you leave a divot in the green, you drop it onto the mat and the oomph is sort of dispersed over the surface area of the mat, and so it doesn't make it, it's not a problem. So pleased to see that that's where she put her bowl onto before it then rolled off. Anyway, if we look at the head, it's a measure between the pink bowl at 3 o'clock and the red bowl that sits 8:30, just before 9, to the jack on the left of your screen. I think it's a pink bowl, but are we thinking Lane will play the forehand regardless, which is to the left?
Yeah, I think the forehand looks to be the better option now, doesn't it? Just slightly more options, even though you are probably still on the draw.
So she must think she's holding the shot there, do you think? Or is that just a little lapse?
Yeah, possibly. I'm sure she would have liked to have given her bowl a little bit more chance. Even if it was just to move the jack a little bit, rest that bowl if you're on that wider side, even though it is a fair distance apart. I do favour Elaine's bowl though. A measure in your favour can be all you need to get you get you on your way.
Decisions.
Looks like Debbie's based on that.
Oh, interesting.
Reluctant.
Yeah. One to Debbie. So the score continues to chug along. I'm very surprised because it certainly looked. It didn't look like that to me on the cameras. 7-0.
That bird's eye view though can make a difference. Do you think we'll see another longer end?
There's no reason to not deliver those long ends because they've been reasonably successful. I know that one went quite well for Elaine, but Debbie's been delivering them to the 2 metre mark, and it's working. Make hay while the sun shines. What would you be thinking if you're Elaine at this point, Terry? Is it worried now, worried yet, or are you just still feeling pretty calm about the entire situation?
I'd still be fairly calm. I mean, while Debbie is 7 up on the board, she is still giving Elaine chances to draw the shot herself. It's certainly still plenty of time to play with. And she hasn't dropped any more than a 2.
Do you think that's a key? If you were to try and give I always try and ask when we have actual good people on the commentary team for nuggets of gold, and for me, like Joe Edwards one, as she talks about, don't cross the centre line when you're holding the shot. If I was to ask you for a nugget of gold, and I'm going to put words into your mouth here, for a singles match. Is one of the things you say to yourself, ones and twos are good fishing, or good to not drop more than ones and twos?
Yeah, I'm always happy if I can keep it, just not dropping those multiples. I'd be happy if I'm, say if I'm not scoring, if I'm finding second shot a lot. I think that's a really good platform to build on.
So I suppose it means that you're not going to get super duper punished. Over 4 or 5 ends. Elaine is 7 shots down, and we've played 5 or 6 ends. Whereas if she'd been dropping threes, suddenly you're looking at 12 or 13 shots instead of the 7.
It does make hard work of it. That's for sure.
Maybe this end she'll find a way to score here. It's a loose end from Debbie, probably the loosest one we've seen, and then into the ditch with that bowl.
Yeah, I mean, Elaine would be looking to add a third shot here, and it's, again, there's still plenty of room. I guess if you're only dropping ones and twos as well, it feels more achievable thinking, right, I only need to pick up ones and twos to close that gap. If you're dropping threes and fours, I guess naturally you feel like you need to pick up those threes and fours, and it can be a little bit overwhelming.
Yeah. Panic. That was a frightening noise. I've got no idea what that was, but I'm looking around the commentary booth and nothing's fallen off, so we should be okay. Debbie here has all the room in the world to draw the shot, and she's through. If you were to ask me how I thought Elaine was going to score on this game, it wouldn't have been on this head, Terry. There's a huge amount of room. Just a little hiccup, isn't it? Perhaps a slight lapse in focus.
Yeah, it'd be the sort of, what you'd call, is this 3 or 4 that she's holding?
Well, if it's a 4, you could knock me down with a feather. Like that's
and that's one of those multiples, you'd call it a soft 4 or a soft 3, one that you, yeah.
This would be staggering if it is actually 4 shots.
And it would undo all of that hard work Debbie's put in.
Oh, she spent 8 ends playing amazing bowls. It is 4. She spent 8 ends playing, well, not 8, I'm exaggerating because she only had 7 shots. Say 5 ends playing really well to get 7-0 up.
Really steady bowls, yeah.
And has literally blinked for 1 end. And Elaine has scored 4 shots and the difference is now 3. You're thinking, what? What's the bounce back if you're Debbie Jackson? What do you do here? You just try and score the one, really, don't you?
Well, that's it. I think at the end of the day, she's still got that 3-point buffer. And like I said earlier, I don't get too caught up in what the opposition's score is, purely because at the end of the day, you're in your own little race to get to 21. If she scores here, it almost sort of takes away from that 4 a little bit. But yeah, Elaine would definitely want to be looking to capitalise here, and that first bowl, outstanding.
So that's really a sign of an experienced bowler there, isn't it? Because Elaine played 4 okay bowls and Debbie played 4 poor bowls to score the 4 shots, but you get that little sniff, that little chance, and you think, well, I can rub some salt into a wound here, and she's put the bowl right on the jack.
Let's see what the response will be. It's a pretty good one.
Pretty much normal service is resuming here. Beautiful bowl from Debbie Jackson. Those are the 2 closest bowls we've seen in an end in a bit.
Isn't that funny how it can happen where you just sort of match the levels sometimes? The end we saw prior to this was, loose from both sides. And then straight away we're seeing one lift, set the standard and then the other one meet it. Change of hand and a couple of options also in the area.
Outside half. That's a lovely bowl.
Brilliant.
Good shot.
Yep, she gave that every chance to create something there.
I nearly went on a ramble about... I'm not even going to bother. If it happens again, I'll talk about it. It's a bit of bowls theory, but we'll just... we'll leave that one, Terry.
Okay. I'd be happy with that as a home for a second bowl.
And the markers just updated the scoreboard. The scoreboard was wrong. The physical scoreboard was wrong. 8 shots is what Debbie Jackson sits at.
Yep, Elaine has certainly found her rhythm now. Front toucher. Debbie, of course, has the position. A good bowl from Elaine here will be to draw around and cover that back red of Debbie's. Not to be. I'd like to see Debbie play with another, I don't know, foot or so of weight this time. Her previous bowl almost looked as if she was more trying to draw a second shot, which I can understand.
It's the shot bowl.
But this is the speed I'm looking for.
Good shot.
Yep, cut it down.
She'd been a bowl wider, the jack would just pop back to that red for one.
Yeah, that's it.
5-8 the score.
Got a game on our hands.
Yeah, I think we do. It should be a good one. I'm really looking forward actually to the next couple of days. Even this afternoon's match between. It's a good way to start, isn't it? It's Papakuta. Leanne Paulson is playing
Martin Briz, Tanya Wheeler.
Yeah, Tanya Wheeler. Look, that's going to be a great game. You've got Tanya, who's won a national championship and the champion of champions, the New Zealand women's singles, I think. I've now said that with a lot of confidence. But a well-known bowler regardless. And then Leanne Paulson, who's the current New Zealand singles champion. So that's a good afternoon game. And this match is no different. We've got 2 players here who are right in the top echelon of bowls in their respective districts. Still long ends more often than not. Be intrigued to see if we see that changed at any point, Terry.
Yeah, well, it was interesting. I suppose, Elaine might have been thinking, well, I did get a 4 coming this way on a long end. Even though it was a loose 4, maybe I'd just go again. Sometimes it doesn't matter if you're finding it, but if the opposition isn't, that's just as good.
Amazes me how many facets there are to consider in a game. Like, you might walk past a game of bowls and think, they're just rolling a thing towards another thing. But there are so many levels in the sport, because you have to consider how you're playing, you consider how your opposition is playing, you consider the conditions, the changing conditions, what shot player's on.
And possibly not so much this green, because it looks really, balanced the whole way out, really nice green. But, there are certainly some greens that have little patches here and there that you got to be wary of, and it might affect the length that you play the jack.
See, the wind is getting up a little bit. That's how it tends to have, I call it a swirly wind. It's slightly inconsistent. Although with the green slightly slower now than it used to be, I think it's a lot easier to play it than it was. If you haven't played at Howick for a few years and you're tuning in, it did have a reputation of being not excessively fast, because that's just I don't like that term, but it was quick. It was a quick green, and with a bit of wind on a quick green, your bowls can go in all sorts of directions.
It wouldn't be very forgiving, would it?
Good bowl.
Yeah, a couple of good ones there from Debbie. Of course, Elaine's only got this one bowl in her hand now. She'll be wanting it to be an effective one.
She clears this. Oh, she's going to get... Well, she actually never gave that a chance, really, when you look at it. The green was perfect. But is it her turn to drop a loose-ish number? Bizarre coming in this direction. It might be the wind that we've just been talking about, Terry.
Yeah, I think that's definitely got to be a factor. She's certainly not scared to take a green.
So that's the head from this angle. Oh, let's see. Two, I think I heard. So we'll put that up unless I'm proven otherwise. So 10 shots to 5 now. Debbie Jackson leads.
Always nice to hit those double digits, I think. Feels like one little milestone.
It's nice just to tick it off, isn't it? And another long jack. On the forehand.
I wonder how the fours match is going between these two clubs.
Good question.
Purely because you've got different results. Oh, look at this.
Good bowl.
Excellent.
That's a lovely bowl. We'll see what we can find out before the end of the game. When we get to post section, it's nice because the three disciplines are next to each other, so we can keep track quite easily. Debbie staying on the back end. So Debbie's from the Arrowtown Bowling Club, which was established in 1908. So it's been going for a while. And was, what year are we? 24.
Yeah.
So 116 years.
Yes.
Goodness gracious. Was relocated in 1945 from Berkshire Street, wherever that is, I presume it's somewhere in Arrowtown, to its present location on the corner of Hertford and Denver Street. Didn't think that was going to be that hard to say when I started off.
Well, Arrowtown would be quite small, wouldn't it?
I would say so. You know, the Women's Bowling Club here, so that's obviously amalgamated now. The Women's Bowling Club was established in 1946 alongside the men's and only amalgamated in 2005. Square. Oh, great try. Beautiful effort there from Debbie. Always interesting to have a look at the history of the clubs. See one of their life members, the longest serving life member when this article was written in 2008 for the centenary, was Taylor Reid, an R-E-E-D, so the last name is spelt correctly.
Oh, these are three great
Beautiful
bowls.
bowl.
And that would change Debbie's shot, wouldn't it, Alex?
It should do. What's interesting here is Debbie's got no bowls past the head, Terry, so when you're thinking about what you can play often, it's like, well, the jack's going to move back, which is not good if you are Debbie Jackson. What would you play, Terry?
Not liking a whole lot. But at the end of the day, is she only one down?
If she's one down, actually either way, she has to be on the forehand side, I think, which is to the left of the screen as you see it. I reckon if you draw the 2 metre mark, you should sit down in for second shot.
Yeah.
But also she could do something different to that. I don't know.
Yeah, I just think any contact on her closest red is only going to push the jack out to the right of our screen, and that's going to be in Elaine's favour.
If she was really aggressive, she might hit the second shortest
red.
bowl, square, see what happens.
But there's not a lot of room for error, is there?
No, you miss it, and
Yeah.
you're probably 2 or 3 down. So I think we'll just see a draw on the forehand here from Debbie.
If that second red wasn't there, you'd have a nice little channel between those pinks, but of course the red is there.
Yeah, on the forehand.
Well, the first part of the commentary is right.
I almost call this, it's about being happy to take your medicine, isn't it? You know, yeah.
If you get the red rather than the pink.
Oh, it was a lovely effort. That bowl staying up on the paddock as well. So not making a difference, and just hoping that she'll only drop a 2.
If Elaine could get to her shot pink and even just rock it a wee bit, that would ensure another one's in. She's not far away.
Means it to turn. Oh, that would have made a 4. Depending on how far the jack went, actually. But you see Elaine's bowl's finished touching Debbie's bowl at the back left of your screen. Just look for an indication.
Measure for 2. If it goes in Elaine's favour, she'll be within 3, which will be the closest she's been all game.
Just the one.
She'll maintain that 4-point deficit.
So 6-10 is the score. Interesting that Elaine's scoring's come courtesy of 3 ends worth of scoring, and we've been playing for 9.
I was interested to see if she'd put the jack there this end, and she has. So if you remember 2 ends ago coming in this direction, 3 of her bowls would have finished at that length. So now the trick is to do it again.
It's okay. I was going to say, wouldn't it be Murphy's Law if you end up being a metre past?
Yep.
Bowls. Interesting. I don't feel like Elaine settled down on a particular hand. The other interesting thing is when I think about our cameras, and that's a beautiful bowl from Debbie Jackson. That's amazing. When I think about our cameras, when you look out there with the naked eye, the green looks, or to me it looks pretty similar coloured all the way through. You look on the camera and there's all these different sort of, it's lovely coverage but different colours, which is interesting, I thought. But more to do with the camera than anything else. So what I was trying to say is when you actually look at it in the real world,
Yeah.
it's not necessarily reflected by the image that you see up on screen. Lovely, well kept. It's a starweed green. A lot of greens, if they do have a weed on them, tend to be Maniatoto as opposed to starweed. Even in Auckland now, we seem to have more Maniatoto ones, or sometimes it's a mix, but the Howick one predominantly starweed and kept really well. So it's not a bumpy green. Often, sometimes if you play on a starweed green, they get quite large, and the green becomes a little bit bumpier than perhaps you might think it could be. That's not the case at Howick. It's very well kept. Something I didn't appreciate until I was reading through some letters to the editor. So there used to be something called the New Zealand Bowler, Terry. We've got archives at Bowls New Zealand of this magazine that was running from 1991 through to 97 when Bowls New Zealand became a thing after the men's and women's national bodies amalgamated. Anyway, I was reading through the letters to the editor, and I didn't appreciate that when New Zealand had grass greens in the winter when they were alive, they used to run really slow at 11 or 12 seconds. And it was only in the summertime when they were rolled and dried out and died and became real solid that we ended up with our quick 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 second greens.
There you go.
And it was because of that we shifted to the weed, which is more consistent all year round. What a beautiful bowl that is by Debbie Jackson.
Excellent.
It's amazing. Settled right in. She'll be wondering, even I think if we spoke to her at the end of this game, the 4-year dropped, what happened, because we have seen no signs of that sort of loose bowl at all for this entire match, barring that one little hiccup.
I think if you can go an entire singles game with only one lapse, probably done all right.
Fair enough. Delivered long. So we'll stay with this too. Once the singles is finished, if the singles does finish before the pairs, we'll stick with the match. So we'll just bring the pairs onto the main screen until it is completed. Good first bowl from Debbie Jackson. And the score is now 12-6. Not far away. It just feels like Debbie's in a little run at the moment. You get 2 or 3 ends in a row where you're really feeling it. So you saw, you heard there, Elaine just asked how far short was the shot bowl of the jack, and the marker used her arms her hands apart to indicate the distance. Marangi Bay formed in 1948. As a men's bowling club and didn't accept where are we? Female members for 60 years, apparently.
Oh, wow. So it's pretty recent-ish
Oh, beautiful bowl there from Debbie.
that they've become open to both men and women.
Yeah, it reads like it
16
was
years ago.
amalgamated. So
Oh, okay.
in 1948, Marangi Bay for 60 years didn't accept female members, but the women formed a club in the mid-60s, 200 metres along from the Marangi Bay Bowling Club, and they amalgamated in 2005. Had a lot of success over the years. And now here, of course, being represented at the National Interclub Finals. Debbie on the backhand. But she's just
What an
really
end.
found it, eh? The last two ends have been incredible. That's so hard to play against. You almost have to be on the forehand here.
Yep.
You see Elaine's got one bowl right at the back. I'm thinking forehand resting through the bowl that sits at 9 o'clock to the jack. Can't play the backhand because of that pink bowl that sits at 1 o'clock, Terry. That would sort of
Makes
be
it
so
awkward.
easy to bump into.
That's it.
Yeah, so Elaine on the forehand, that's what she's going to try and play. Fantastic couple of ends from Debbie Jackson to put the pressure right on. Needs it to let go. She's got the right weight. She's close here. Oh, good bowl.
Oh, half a bowl tighter would have been perfection.
Was pretty good. She'll be happy with that. She was 3 down. I think she's probably cut it down to 1 here. That was well played. Score in the pairs, 10-1 to Mairangi Bay. And 13-6 the score now to Debbie Jackson.
That was a really important bowl, wasn't it, in the scheme of the game?
It certainly was. You know, it felt like you drop a 3 there, you're just allowing the game to run away that little bit.
Yeah, it would have felt like Debbie was on that home stretch to 21. Now she's still got a little bit more work to do.
Good bowl. Look, she hasn't. I can't remember a bowl that Debbie's really missed in the last 3 ends. Just you sometimes find those little veins of form. Just wanted to quickly talk about Gay Horn, who is, I think, skipping the pairs, perhaps. Anyway, she's in the Mairangi Bay team, and we asked all the clubs, and they were wonderful in providing it for some information on the players and their clubs. And she tells a story. She was selected to represent New Zealand in, what's it called?
Fencing.
Fencing, which is quite impressive. And
Yep.
she started at the age of 13 in a small club in Meadowbank, participated in the Commonwealth Games in 1966, and was nominated for the Olympic team at the Mexico Olympics. And in the 1970 Commonwealth Games, qualified for the final but missed out on a medal. And then she talks about being able to win against the then world champion at fencing. And fast forward 50 years, Gay takes up outdoor bowls and plays a match of singles against Taylor Bruce, who's our current world champion, and defeats her 21 shots to 20, and has defeated 2 world champions at 2 different sports 5
50 years.
decades apart.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
that's an incredible feat.
I love the diversity of people that participate in our sport, Terry. It's pretty cool. Meanwhile, Debbie here just plugging away, really in the zone. Hard decision here for Elaine. Probably the backhand, I think, because there's a shelf of bowls to use, so you can miss by more and get a good result.
Has she got the weight to hold it, though?
No. This feels like an important end, as I see that the scoreboard, we'll just wait and see. I think it's been updated every second end, which is why it's out of sync with the scoreboard on the screen. So Debbie here is just going to keep making hay and play another good shot. Needs to be careful not to get the...
The
Going to
bowl's
say
good.
there's a commentator's curse, but that's beautiful. She's put 3 bowls within a mat. Another huge moment for Elaine.
Switching to the forehand.
Interesting. That's really interesting. Maybe just not feeling the backhand side. Interesting. Felt natural that she might play the backhand again because you've got all those bowls to use.
Yeah, and I think that reaching sort of speed so that you're landing those bowls.
Like you missed by that much on the backhand and you'd have the shot. But I'm also not playing the bowls. So another few points or shots, sorry, Joe. I've been trying, Terry. I don't know if you've... we'll just wait and see. And then I'll share. So that's 2. We often have Joe and Dave Edwards help us out on the commentary. And I made the cardinal sin of referring to a shot scored as a point, and have been told by both of them that you score shots and bowls, not points. So I've been trying to say shot for about the last 6 months. Getting better, but I do still have my slip-ups.
Interesting.
Shots. When you think about it, it makes sense. You played a 21 shots, not 21 points, etc. But I've just used points for 20 years. So it's sort of...
I'd almost think
it's been hard to unlearn.
points on the scoreboard. But hey, I'm not one to question Joe and Dave Edwards.
Oh, if they say it's shots, it's shots.
That's it. I will also change my ways. We should all change our ways.
Yeah. Shots. You played a shot. You score shots and bowls, and you get the shot, and you don't get a point. You know, I haven't got the point.
Yeah.
I've got the shot, which is the point, I suppose. Anyway, I don't remember how I got there. Just waiting for the marker to update the scoreboard. So 16, so that was a 3.
You asked me earlier in the game about, settling on a hand. And I think what we've seen, and it has probably been the difference of this game, is Debbie very much settling in on a preferred side. And like you sort of referred to, Elaine's sort of been chopping and changing a little bit more often. I don't know that I'd be able to say which her preferred side is.
Yeah, doesn't seem to have settled quite as well.
She's certainly played some really good bowls, probably both forehand and backhand, but maybe just missing that little bit of rhythm that Debbie has.
Well, like barring the 4, which was just out of nowhere, Debbie has probably played an average of 3 good bowls per end. She's and again, commentators curse this bowl's going to go hoofing into the ditch, but she's had sort of 3 out of 4 that have been within cooey every end, and that's hard to play against, particularly if you're struggling a little bit yourself.
Yeah, I think for Elaine to score on a consistent basis, she's had to be, extra good, hasn't she?
And that's a lovely bowl. I mean, look, we spoke about it being to a shot target, not an end target. So 16-6 is not, it's not amazing, but it's not like you're 16-6 down with 5 ends to go or 4 ends to go.
That's it.
You're just 16-6 down.
Yeah, if there were a certain amount of ends to go, I'd be thinking, right, this is how many points I need per end.
Shots.
Sorry. Oh, look at this from
Beautiful.
Debbie. Really good. Elaine asking for position. I think I'd be tempted to switch hands.
1 down, she says.
Well, I think because it's already shot, it doesn't matter so much if you want to stick to that forehand, which she is.
And only a bowl low. So in theory,
Yeah.
the only way that can go ugly is if you miss to the wide, to the left of the red, and roll it in further. Is the only way it could go poorly.
Yeah, I think if I was Elaine and holding the shot, I would have potentially have been tempted, even though, there's definitely still room under that bowl or using the inside of it. I still would have been tempted to change to the backhand. But being down, what's the harm in hitting it?
So Debbie's coming to have a look here, and that's because that pink bowl of Elaine's, which sits at 2 o'clock to the jack, is in a really dangerous position if Debbie was to play the backhand again. So she'll be coming to look to see how it sits and whether she should be changing to the forehand side or not. I don't know. I actually have no idea what I would do. I'd probably convince myself to play the forehand, which is to the left of the screen. Only because I feel like it's easy to pinch your green on the backhand side. You could go narrow and slice the jack there.
Yeah, she has been playing it well enough and, wide enough that she could almost... I mean, it does finish enough to go around, but your weight's going to have to be pretty spot on.
Decisions here.
But on the forehand, Alex, are you looking to go around your red, or are you looking to sort of stop short of the jack?
I'd be drawing around it, I think.
Yeah.
So it just feels slightly safer to draw around the red bowl on the left of your screen than it does to clunk into the pink bowl on the right of your screen. What you don't want to be is narrow, but her weight is perfect, so that's fine. That's a good bowl there from Debbie Jackson. And now a big bowl, big moment from Elaine. She's got an opportunity here. If she doesn't take it, she'll be staring down the barrel of 17 or 18 shots to 6 down. She's been married to Bruce for 50 years, Elaine McClintock.
Oh, congratulations.
4 grandkids. It's a pretty fair effort.
Very impressive.
He's a good bowler too, Bruce. And we'll see how many this is here to Debbie Jackson, but beginning to look a little bit ominous for the Mairangi Bay singles player, I would say.
It'd be an impressive comeback, though, if she were to...
Yeah, like anything's possible.
But the way Debbie's going, I don't think she'll allow a comeback to happen.
It's really hard to see. I think you'd need... I think what we will see if or when Elaine scores again is quite a dramatic change in length. Because I don't think you're going to claw back a 16-6, or it's actually more than that, like an 18-6 deficit, playing the same length heads than what we have seen so far. So for Elaine, it'll be about...
Maybe even bringing that mat further up, right? Cause
change something, because you're not going to beat her at this game at the moment. So you need to try and change it. Debbie will be entertaining. She'll be thinking, well, I'll get to 21 shots before anything can change. You run that little vein of good form that she's found over the last 4 or 5 ends now. And again, we see another bowl that's on a lovely track. That's a good shot. That's really well played. Very consistent. They've not updated the scoreboard behind them. How many did you think it was on the last end, Terry? We'll make it your fault when our on-screen scoreboard is wrong.
I thought it was 1.
1 it is. So 17-6 we think the score is. So we say that's check-out range for Debbie Jackson, by which we mean if she was to score 4 shots here, she would win the match. Or win the game, sorry. Lovely delivery. Been a very impressive performance so far, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I feel like I've said that 3 times, and 3 times the bowls have not been ideal. If viewers are interested in finding the full results for the men's and women's National Interclub Sevens that is going on at the moment, the place you can find that is on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page and our website. We have results coming through on those 2 spaces where you will be able to see how your teams are going. The reason we don't cover it on the broadcast is because we'd like our broadcast to be timeless, so when people come back and watch this, they're watching the game that is in front of them. And also, there are a lot of results to come through, and I would hate to... I can't read out that many results, but I don't want to miss people when you read out some and don't read out others. So I'll just direct viewers to the Bowls New Zealand Facebook website. That's the best place you can go to find results for the National Interclub, and we'll be doing Facebook page or Facebook post, social media posts at the end of each day, indicating how things are going. And then during post section, the finals day, which is Sunday, I would anticipate there to be an aspect of live scoring, or better yet, if you're in the Auckland region, the Howick Bowling Club is a pretty good hospitality and a nice venue, so come down and watch the finals day for yourself. If it turns, goodness, what a way to draw a second shot.
Well, if she grabs the jack here.
Oh, what a bowl.
Very effective.
Should be pleased with that. So this is when we will see a change, won't we, Terry? Something has to change here for Elaine. Would you move the mat up personally, or would you change the jack length?
I would probably feel more confident with changing a jack length, but I'd probably play around with the mat as well. Maybe not anything dramatic, but enough to feel like I've changed that as well.
So let's see. So the mat's usually been placed on the 2 metre mark. So that's not changing. So let's see where the jack is delivered to then. It's been thrown quite long, so we're expecting to see a short jack. Shorter, I suppose. And having delivered the jack, you get a feel for it, don't you?
Yeah. Sticking to the forehand. I actually did wonder if maybe she would just see if she could beat Debbie to it almost on the backhand.
So sort of play your opposition's shot before they play it.
Yeah, but if you're going to do this...
Oh, how good. That's great from Elaine. Yeah, good bowl. She'll be happy with that as a start, I feel. Peer score 11-3 on the 11th end.
Yeah, Mairangi Bay have certainly been in control of that match.
Nice shot.
Steady Debbie.
Are you trying to give her a nickname? We've got Pinky McClintock.
Didn't quite roll off the tongue as well as I'd hoped.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it. I was hoping for better, but that's, say la vie.
In the area. Brilliant.
Beautiful bowl. Great stuff.
That's excellent.
From Pinky.
I like that she's sat directly sort of behind the jack as opposed to the side as well. That's a nice bonus. It will make Debbie's shot that little bit more precise.
Also, just a shout out to Kieran Roberts' husband. So Kieran's at her first year of playing at the Mairangi Bay Bowling Club and said she's got a very understanding husband. So that's nice. A nice shout out there to include in the what do you call it? Bios of the players. He's been playing for 19 years and her first year at Mairangi Bay as well, same as Elaine. So nice for the club to have some different players there. quite as good a bowl with her third one there, Elaine, but the damage has been done with the second. Require a very good bowl from Debbie Jackson to get the shot back. A clean run past the short bowl. Well, look, she's close here.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. That's really good. What do you do now? Still on the forehand. What would you play here if you're Debbie Jackson, Terry?
Well, I don't know. I'm happy either way at this point, to be honest. She's been playing that backhand, but the line she's been taking is obviously around bowls more than under bowls. So I guess almost for that reason, I'd be tempted to go the forehand and look to draw the jack. It's just an open draw, isn't it? But obviously you can,
So she asked to add second and third. That would indicate that Debbie's looking to be aggressive here, which would be that'd be quite cool. Got options. Surely has options. On the backhand. And we'll watch it from this point of view. So just... she's very close. Inside half of her bowl onto the pink.
Oh,
beautiful shot. Absolutely magnificent that was. $18 shots to 7 now on the race to 21. What a bowl from Debbie Jackson there.
That never looked like missing, did it?
At no point. Oh, fantastic. Delivering the jack to a similar length to what we just saw, really. Then on that favoured hand to the clubhouse side. Has been playing really nicely this ring, hasn't it, Terry?
Yeah, it certainly hasn't done anything out of the ordinary. Very consistent. Good lines.
And Elaine on the backhand. Just hasn't been as consistent as Debbie Jackson in this match so far. And has been trying the things that you try to change how the game is going. But if you think that Debbie has to score 3 shots in the same time that Elaine has to score 14, so Elaine needs to win 14-3 essentially. It's looking like a big ask.
Bit of an overcorrection there. But a nice speed.
On the forehand.
Don't think she liked that out of the hand.
That's usually my good bowls.
Oh.
Oh, good try. When's it going to break? Oh, needs a good result off this bowl here. Outside half. 1, 2, 3, 4. Needed another 9 rolls. Debbie Jackson on the forehand. I really do like their shirts. They're nice shirts, the Arrowtown Bowling Club shirts. Husband Kelvin, a very good bowler as well. A lefty, I think. Not that that's relevant.
Just spotted the Bailey's logo on their shirt.
You would. Nice to have the support in the community of businesses like that, Terry, for our clubs and centres.
Yeah, absolutely. It goes a long way, doesn't it?
It's mutually beneficial. Elaine here. Really important that she scores on this end. Not going to, and she's disappointed with that bowl to the 2 metre mark. Left a bit of chalk on it. Optimistic. And this game winding towards what feels like its end. Be an amazing comeback. We've seen them before. Shannon McElroy and Tony Fabling in 2019 at Carlton Cornwall. Tony was down and out and just clawed away. They're going to measure for the... Well, Debbie wants to measure for the win here.
No chance of a comeback if that red one's the third shot.
And there we have it. So congratulations to Arrowtown's Debbie Jackson winning that game 21 shots to 7. We're going to cut away now to a quick video from our friends at Just a Thought, and we'll be back with coverage of the pairs shortly.
When someone you care about is going through a tough time, it can be hard to know what to do. Here's 10 ways you can help someone who is struggling. Listen. You might want to give advice, but most people just want to feel heard. Be there. You don't have to fix their problems or find the perfect thing to say. Just let them know you'll be there when they need you. Let them know you get it. Let them know you get why they're struggling, given what they're going through. Knowing their feelings are normal and okay can make the world of difference. Offer practical support. Ask them what you can do to take some of the pressure off. Maybe you could make them a meal or do something to help around the house. Give time. Sometimes simply being there is enough. Hug it out. When appropriate, a hug can bring so much comfort. Talk it out. Offer to be their sounding board and kōrero with them about what they're going through. Remind them how much they matter. Let them know how much you and others care and how important they are. Remind them of their strength. They might not feel strong right now, so remind them of the strength you know they have. Help find them support. Offer to help them find the right services and support they need. For more information and to try an online therapy course, go to justathought.co.nz.
Tune into the pairs. Here we see it. So we're just watching ends worth of bowls to understand who's what colour. The score 11-4 to Mairangi Bay at the moment. Sorry, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. There we go. So, and this bowl here, just reaching past. Saw Arrowtown triumph in the singles match. Debbie Jackson playing very well to win that game. And this is the Mairangi Bay player. On the forehand, I think. Yeah, there we see it. Just past. Slightly over.
A lot of blue bowls on this rink. I'm just trying to get a feel for
Yeah.
which bowls belong to who.
We'll have more informative commentary. That was a beautiful delivery after this end when we can just sort of have a better understanding. They have the club stickers on them. Good bowl. So that was Gay who played that bowl, who we spoke about being a fencer. It's the skip in the women's pairs. And for Arrowtown, as we watch this bowl come into the head, the lead in the pairs is Liz Tomlins, who spent 5 years playing out of the Arrowtown Bowling Club and 20 years playing out of Waikiwi in Southland. And the skip is Diane Brash, who played bowls. She's played bowls for 16 years and won the Intercentre in 2012. Played a little bit less over the last few years, but plays in club championships. And those are the sort of players that we often see make their way through to this National Intercentre final, Terry, when you have you're picking your 7 club players, and for a variety of reasons, often players might not go to national championships or make themselves available to play centre rep bowls because of the time commitments. That doesn't mean that they're not very capable bowlers, and lovely to see them in these events.
Yeah, and I think it's great that, there are these sorts of avenues available to that club sort of bowler.
So Mairangi Bay extending their lead there. They've scored, I don't know how many, but they're 11-4 up already, so the lead will be extended. Long ends on both disciplines all the time by the looks, Terry. Didn't really see the singles players experiment with anything shyer than a metre or two short of the 2 metre mark. Mairangi Bay lead, just slightly overplaying that bowl. Staying up on the paddock though. And that's Liz Tomlins. So this is the team that's chasing the shots, right? They're trailing 4. It'll probably be 4-13 when we get to the scoreboard, and they've got 6 ends to go. So important they score 4 out of the next 6 ends. Would you say, Terry, would give you half a chance of winning this match for Arrowtown?
Yeah, it's achievable. But will take some effort.
That sounds like a lot of bowls. Beautiful delivery there.
Staring it down.
Who would say such a thing?
Get home.
Good bowl. I'm attempting to retire cigarette paper as a unit of measurement as well, but we'll see.
Replacing it with what?
Not sure yet. A coat of paint, maybe? Would that be? Does that bring up the same metaphorical imagery? Coat of paint, cigarette paper.
I think you could try again.
You know, I was convinced. I'm sure I've said this before, but you know the cigarette papers, the zigzag ones. I thought and it's brilliant marketing. I thought for a very long time that it was Jesus on them when I was a kid. Which is fantastic for cigarette paper.
I mean,
the man.
Yeah. I've not really had anything to do with.
Thought it was Jesus, Terry, but
cigarettes, but
with the benefit of age, I realised that it probably isn't. It'd be super surprising if that was an endorsement that he decided to give to cigarette papers.
It'd be surprising.
Anyway, my point is I'm trying to move on from the commentary. I'm trying to move on from using cigarette papers as a unit of measurement, but I make no promises.
Well, Arrowtown crosses over with a pretty solid head there.
It's a good start, isn't it? And this here,
So this is Gay Horn.
I believe so. But 99% sure. Beautiful delivery.
A rich sporting history, because it wasn't just fencing that she's played. Dabbled in golf. When I say dabbled, she played golf for 30 years.
Just dabbled.
Sold her clubs, traded them in for some bowls, and wish she'd done it sooner, which is quite often what we hear in bowls.
Oh, how often do we hear that? You know, all the time. There's this perception that bowls is a sport that you play only once. There's nothing else left to play. Incorrect. Diane just overplaying that, but still holding 2. Lovely delivery.
Only a 6th-year bowler.
Really?
Yep. Well, she's been spending a lot of her life playing other sports.
Had a successful few seasons there, hasn't she? I see on the player bio that we were given. And thank you to the clubs who have come through with some information.
Yeah, it makes for a great read, and we certainly have some pretty impressive people in our bowling community.
Yeah, it just enables us to enrich the commentary a little with some information about the clubs and the players. Third time lucky here. She's been in the area the last 2 times.
She's not far away again. Has she got it this time?
That's a beautiful bowl.
Wow.
That's a beautiful bowl. How good. And she's trailed it. So Arrowtown is set with 2 for this entire end. And are now not good. What a lovely shot. If that's the form Gay's been in this game, I can understand. Just on the wide side there from Diane. 3 to Mairangi Bay. What an incredible turnaround that was.
Yep, a 5-point swing in that end.
Shot. It's quite nice not to be the only one who's doing it. I'm pleased.
Is it an indoor thing, do you think?
Yeah, that's what we... yeah, I think it might be, unfortunately. It's no excuse, really, because we're commentating outdoor bowls, so...
How long did it take you to change your ways?
I still haven't succeeded, and as I said, I've been trying for probably 6 months now to say shot instead of point, because you score shots.
I'm only 5 minutes into my changing of ways.
Well, we'll work together, Terry, and see what we can manage.
Keep each other accountable.
Yeah. 20 shots to 4 up. So looking good for Mairangi Bay. See if I can find out how the fours is going.
From what I've seen of the Arrowtown lead, she's certainly, doing her job. Probably not a reflection of the 20 to 4 shot scoreline.
Yeah. I think we saw Gay play an incredible bowl for 3. I suspect that's how she's been going this game, and you can often find when you have a player who's having an exceptional match that the score isn't a reflection of the heads necessarily. So you've played a bit of pairs, Terry, and had some success in pairs. What do you think the secret is to like a good pairs? What makes the best pairs combinations?
A great lead. I think it's just, I don't know, certainly having bowls past the head is very helpful. And first bowl effectiveness from both your lead and your skip. I think that really sets the tone. But otherwise, it's probably all that, not necessarily off the green things, but, the communication and all of that. If you can get some really good communication going between you guys, I think that counts for a lot.
Yeah. So again, we see the Mairangi Bay team are probably going to cross over down on the head depending on what this one does. We'll just wait. Gay's very invested in this bowl. Through the jack. Oh, well, how's that for a commentator's curse? Very good result, really.
Certainly changes what the head looks like.
Be tempting to play the forehand if you're Liz, wouldn't it? Just to the left of the screen. Just thread the needle, follow that bowl down.
I think it'd be very easy to get caught up on those bowls on the left-hand side of the screen.
So switching to the backhand instead, which is to the right.
Looking good. Might just run out of steam. I think just going back to what makes a good pair, I guess it's like any team event is that when you're combining well, it's usually when, if the lead's there, your skip can afford to not be, and if your lead's not there, that's when your skip comes on, and it's just making sure one of your teammates are always doing the business each end.
I do find it interesting we talk about like the money bowls. Look at this here from Gay.
That is so impressive.
She's going pretty good. Did you say she was just a 6th year?
6-year bowler. She does have a pretty good record in her short bowling career. She's won the Women's Champ of Champ Triples.
Good start.
Yep, she was runner-up also the year before. And I'm not sure what the Cadnis Cup would be, but she was a champion there as well.
Huh.
Looks like a team event, and she was the 1 to 5 player of the year in the season of 22 to 23, and in that same year, and I love this, was awarded the young bowler of the year, and it's noted here that it's awarded regardless of age, and she was the oldest member of the junior squad, so I think that's really cool. I'm sure she would have got a real kick out of being the young bowler of the year.
I do enjoy that we talk about juniors and outdoor bowls, and we mean the length of time you've been playing, whereas most other sports talk about juniors as
under 18 or an age group thing, isn't it?
You have a 90-year-old junior, which I love. This is close here from the Arrowtown skip. If it can just hold on. Oh, not to be. Great effort. And pop the jack back, so he probably stayed the 2 down. Look at this delivery. That's a lovely delivery, really. Like, there's nothing there that isn't fine. Only slightly over. If you're Arrowtown Terry and you're trailing 4 shots to 20, unlikely you're going to win the match, but points differential, it does come back to it if everything's tied up. So how do you change is that a conversation you'd have with your lead? Would you say, look, we're not going to win this match, we need to just try and get 1s and 2s to narrow the point stiff down, or do you just know?
Yeah, and I think no, I think it would be a conversation I'd have, just to make sure you're on the same page. And I think that would be this would have been the end that you would talk about it. Just in the way, I suppose there's 5 ends. This is the 14th, isn't it? So 16 points and 5 ends. 3s.
3 ends and 3s, yeah.
And a little bit more. And I think maybe if this end was shaping up as if you could score a 3, you might sort of hang in there and look for that. But the way this end is shaping up, yeah, you would just be looking to score and minimise the
attacking.
diff.
She's attacking.
That's really zipped across our
Diving
screen.
across the screen. Absolutely, and that'll be 2 to Mairangi Bay, I believe. So should be 22 shots to 4. I've put that up very confidently, and now they're looking. I can tell you that just the one. Beg your pardon. 21
Elaine
shots to 4.
will be watching on, very happy with her teammates.
Yeah, I can tell you that the 4's score is 9 shots to Arrowtown, 15 shots to Mairangi Bay after 11 ends, and they play 15. So
I'd say that's where Elaine's heading now. She'll be thinking, right, you guys have this sorted. I'll go get our other ladies over the line.
yeah, it's a fascinating dynamic, isn't it, when you have the disciplines is the word I was looking for. Came to me. Because you're not playing one game, you are part of a wider team that are playing 3 games. So your singles player is often finished first, and whether you've won or lost that match, you have to immediately flick into support mode. You can't go, oh, I'm disappointed that I lost that. I want to go for a walk around the block or whatever. You have to go, look, I'll find my nearest team and see if I can give them a bit of encouragement.
But I tell you what, if you lose your singles game and then come over and see your peers match going like this, I think that would lift your spirits.
Yeah. I can imagine that it would be pleasing. That ball there staying up. Liz Tomlin's here. On the forehand. There's lovely weather here at the Howick Bowling Club, and of course all over Auckland, as it always is in Auckland. Beautiful weather, no rain, no wind. Oh, there was a little bit of rain, a little bit of wind, but not an excessive amount. And a good forecast for the next 2 days. So if you're just tuning in, we are watching section play of the National Women's Interclub Sevens. There is also the National Men's Interclub Sevens going on at the same time, and section play takes place today, where every team plays 3 rounds, and then tomorrow where every team plays 2 rounds, then moves on to a quarter final once the qualifiers are known. So the top 2 teams from every section make their way through to a quarter final, and then on Sunday it'll be down to semi-final stage where we will broadcast the semi-final of the women's event and the final of the men's, because in the Intercentre it was the other way around. Try and keep it as fair as possible. How's this rake? Oh, a bow underneath the line. On the forehand. There or thereabouts. That's quite good from the Arrowtown combination, but I dare say it would be unsurprising if Gay just did what she's been doing, and that looks like too much room to leave for her to me.
Agreed. Don't think she's going to disappoint.
Good bowl. That's a lovely shot. Needs it to bog on anything. Clean run past that one's fine. That's worked out not horrendously. Looks like to me the Arrowtown bowls have stickers and the Mairangi Bay ones don't have any stickers at all, Terry. Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't let that one go as nicely as the first bowl. Moment she let it go, I would say she knew there.
Yeah, she knew it.
Oh, if Arrowtown is still committed to trying to score shots after this next bowl, there may be a chance to pluck the lone Mairangi Bay bowl out of the head. Good bowl. This is a good bowl. Nice shot. Lovely bowl. And you'd think that if you're Arrowtown, you're crossing your fingers and toes that Gay plays an ineffective shot. Then you have to have a fly at the lone Mairangi Bay bowl, surely.
Certainly looking pretty vulnerable there. Plenty of second shots for Arrowtown.
Of course, it relies on Gay missing. Which can be a really dangerous thing that's a dangerous thing to rely on in bowls, isn't it? Your opposition to miss a shot.
It's not a position you'd want to be in. Should be handy enough.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
That option's no longer.
Still think on the forehand side, 2 or 3 rolls on the 2 stickered bowls of Arrowtown are underneath it. 4-1 is fine. And it is just about trying to reduce the damage now. Yeah, not going to win from 4 shots to 21 behind in this pairs match, but if you can reduce the damage, it may become really important at the end. If there is a count back for... Oh, she's just got bogged. One more to Mairangi Bay. Looks 22 shots to 4. as we near the end of this match. We'll just double check that our scoreboard matches their scoreboard. I've got good news for Mairangi Bay supporters. It appears that the score is 19 shots to 4 as opposed to 22 to 4. So that's... Well, it's not good news for Mairangi Bay supporters.
Arrowtown supporters.
Good news for Arrowtown supporters. Still a big gap there. We'll see if we can... Before we sign off, we've got 3 ends worth. We'll just check in to see what the fours result ends up being. Remembering that it was Mairangi Bay that was in front last time we checked, 15 shots to 9 after 11 ends of the 15 that they play. So if everything stays the same, Mairangi Bay will get the match point. Looking like they've pretty much sealed the deal on this Piers game. Without speaking too soon, because strange things can happen in bowls, but 19-4 is a lead that you shouldn't give away at this level. Liz finished level. Where's this one? Where is it?
I think she might have got caught up on her last one.
And the Mairangi Bay running out now after 12 ends, 17 shots to 9 in front in the fours. So looking okay for the Mairangi Bay side, even though they did lose that singles match. Of course, section play, nothing's the be-all and end-all yet. Anyway, they play a round robin in their section, and the top 2 from the section go through. So you can probably afford to lose a match and still feel like you've got a pretty good chance of qualifying. So Liz here on the backhand. Just watch it from this angle. Needs it to run. Oh, hasn't quite made it for shot there, and you can see the disappointment. And Diane, she's just going, ugh. 16th year of bowls for Diane Brash. And she won the
What did she win?
Oh, I'm just reading it. Interclub Sevens in 2012, but I can't tell if that's the national one or the centre one. But my point was she would have only been a 4th year bowler then, so that's a fair effort even to be selected into the Interclub team. In the same way, that's quite impressive from Gay that she's had the success that she's had in the last 5 or 6 years. Diane there on the backhand. Mainly just plays club championships now. Close here if she gets a little wick. Yeah, good bowl. That's well played. Can be nice in these games when you finally get a good little result instead of a bad one if you've been trailing. Often it can feel like the bowl's world has turned against you. Look at this from Gay. Square.
Wow.
Oh. How long did that last for? 30 seconds?
She's not putting a foot wrong.
Oh, absolutely rip your ration book if you're the Arrowtown team. So Diane, rinse and repeat here. Very close. Needs it to get down. Good bowl. Bowl come screaming onto this rink. How's the weight? Slightly overplayed there. So really, if Diane just plays a similar bowl again, she's actually got every chance in the world of just popping the jack back. Not that that's what you play for, but there's chances. And missing it wide, so I think Harrytown scored the shot. The score you can see there in the corner will now be 5-19, and this is the 17th end, the penultimate end of this match. And the next broadcast match, we've lost Terry for no reason. Obviously, it's a amusing commentary booth. You okay, Terry?
I'm good, thank you, Alex.
Oh, that's good news. Do you want to talk the viewers through what happened there?
No, I do wonder if when you're just sitting here watching bowls for a bit, sometimes something little happens and it's very easy to spiral. I'm back.
Okay. Welcome. I did have a challenge in the Nationals when Mark Noble went to take a drink of water and his damp water glass squeaked against the microphone when I was mid quite serious conversation, and that was real hard to recover from. But we got there. That's a good first bowl from Liz Tomlins. No, it wasn't. Why is Moringi Bay going first? Have I misunderstood?
They did score.
Oh, sorry, team.
You've got it right, though, because it was 19-4 and now it's 19-5.
Have I missed the first bowl?
Oh, no. I'm confused too.
I could have sworn that...
oh, no. Is that because Gay played out the shot bowl and then that shorter lead bowl of Marangi Bay was the shot?
Yeah, thank you. We'll just have a look to this camera angle. Yeah, so 20 shots to 4. Sorry, team. That's my bad. I don't know why I thought that Arrowtown had scored. I think it may have been who took the shot out. I don't know. I've got no excuse. Just apologies, but it certainly doesn't make it an easier task for Arrowtown. 20 shots to 4. So you can't lose at this stage. 16 shots to be scored in 2 ends doesn't work in 6 bowl pairs, so they'll play it out. And for Arrowtown, it's now about trying to reduce that deficit as much as possible. In a realistic way. Like, you don't want to go out playing crazy bowls. You sort of 1s and 2s seem like they're good at this point.
Yeah, and then even just that sense of let's finish strong and carry that into the next game.
Just a reminder too that the results are available on the Bowls New Zealand website and Facebook page, and they're put up essentially as soon as we receive them. So the way it works is that there are 6 clubs that have competition in play today. They all started at the same time, but they'll go through at staggered times. So some clubs will take longer than others to complete their games, and when the matches are all completed and signed off, they're sent through to the Howick Bowling Club, where we're headquartered and inputted into Bowl Sub Aotearoa.
That's 3 really good bowls from Marangi Bay.
Yeah, they're playing well, aren't they? Liz has got 3 bowls to go after this in this match.
I don't think Arrowtown would need to be too disheartened with how they've played. I think they've just played a team that's been going really well, and not just going really well, but going really well at the right times.
See Pinky there in the background watching on. Do you remember that cartoon? Pinky and the Brain?
Oh, vaguely. I don't know.
I have an inkling that it may have had something to do with Steven Spielberg, but that could be totally wrong.
Was it any good?
Can't remember. I think it had a catchy theme tune. That's my recollection from like your Friday or Saturday morning cartoons. Close here. Needs it to get down onto the jack. Has done so. Sprung out to the side. Marangi Bay indicating that they are still holding the shot. Oh dear. And you just feel sometimes, it's just like, well, you could play this game for 100 ends.
I think you know it's your game if even your less effective bowls still end up coming into play.
Look how close it is. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Even when your so-called bad bowls are good bowls.
Yeah. Oh, you just have a nibble at this, wouldn't you? You just go, look, we'll just go bowl or jack. You get the jack to the left as we see it. It's good. Chip the bowl off. It's good. And at the very least, you feel a bit better having had a chance to wind up. Okay, reaching through instead of a full-blooded drive. Just looks tempting, doesn't it? Just to have a go.
I think when you've got nothing to lose, why not?
Yeah.
It's a good shot anyway to play.
Here we go. So on the forehand, a bowl to come as well. Means it to let go. I like that speed. Gives her a real chance to go right through the bowl or trail the jack all the way back. Gay just asking who's got a second shot. Important for her to draw a second shot here. See where this comes back to. Yeah, thereabouts. And same bowl again here. I like that. So there's just a communication there. Do you want me to have a go at it? And the lead from out of town, saying, why not?
That's exactly it.
Could get a good result here.
Looks half
Close.
a chance.
Oh,
Yes.
good shot. Beautiful. You'd hope that's worth a couple. Surely they've scored.
Yep.
2. Beautiful bowl. 3 down.
Yeah, that one in the ditch maybe?
Oh.
Or is there another one on the...
Great bowl.
Yeah, and if anything else, you know, it's always nice when those come off no matter what the game situation is.
Oh, that's what you say, Terry, about finding your positives as you get near the end of this match. Arrowtown, when they finish, instead of going, oh, we lost 20 shots to 8 or 9 or whatever, we'll go, how good was that bowl that I played on the second to last end to put the jag into the ditch for 3? And you can find the positives from the game to take through instead of just feeling like they were all negative memories.
Yeah, that's it. Sometimes it might be a case of, you know, oh, we had this really good head on this end, but Gay came along.
Good line. So, if all things remain equal, it appears as if they will. I think Mairangi Bay is going to win this match, or they'll win the fours, and they have won the pairs and lost the singles. So, Mairangi Bay will win the match. If you check on the Bowls New Zealand website and Facebook page in the next little while, once all the results are through, that will be reflected on the results there, and that's the place that you're best to go to have a look. So for our viewers, what's the time? 20 to 2. We'll put our return time back up on screen, but you will have time to go have a drink and something to eat before you settle in for what will be a great game between Tanya Wheeler and Leanne Paulson in the singles match to be played this afternoon between Papakuta and Martinborough. And some great stories there too from those respective clubs that they've given us to assist with the commentary. Martinborough in particular is pretty inspirational. We'll talk more about that when we get to it. Mairangi Bay square. Oh, enough for 1.5 rolls. And crossover now. That's 3 played apiece. 6 bowls to go. And again, it's finishing. You just want to finish well here, don't you?
Yeah, that's it. I like that they're still communicating on the crossover. You know, they're still engaged in this game.
Down. Oh, Oh, just running through. Be interesting to see as we enter the afternoon if the wind gets up much more in the singles games that are to come this evening. It's been beautiful conditions. I'll just time it as a final talking point before we get to the end of the game. And we'll see what the green's running at. Oh, that bowl's too short to get an accurate. Well, look, that bowl there didn't run to the 2 metre and went for 17 seconds, so it's running quicker than 17 seconds, this green. So should really be timing it from the 2 metre mark to the 2 metre mark. Probably had a second's more running, so it's probably more like an 18-second green. Still reasonably quick on the forehand.
This should be pretty good here. Liz likes it.
Lovely bowl. Again, just a nice way to finish, isn't it? Holding to the Arrowtown team, and I think for Gay, it's just draw the shot on the forehand or the backhand. Either of them. So it's about not unsettling your rhythm when you're the team that's leading 20 shots to 7, isn't it? You just play your regulation things, and Arrowtown's looking for positives. So we see there the handshake. And Gay's last bowl, is it a good one? Well, it was well played, but just a bowl underneath the line, so we'll call it 2 shots to Arrowtown, and the final score there, or 1 shot it was, will be 8 shots to 20, and congratulations to Mairangi Bay for winning that match despite losing the singles game where Pinky McClintock was defeated by Debbie Jackson. A good round, Terry, would you say?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think Mairangi Bay will be really happy, won't they, with their performance. Yeah, they dropped the singles, but they certainly made up for it in the pairs and fours. Do you know how they went this morning?
No.
Okay.
I'll have a look. But our final comment just before we disappear for a little while before we come back is for the results. Do just have a nosy on the Bowls New Zealand website and Facebook page. You'll be able to see round 1 results are all there, and round 2 results will be coming through. As you can see, the rounds are finishing now. So we'll see you in about half an hour to 45 minutes. Looking forward to it.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
Aotearoa.
We see you.
We see the can-do spirit that makes us who we are.
As whānau.
As communities.
As Kiwis.
We see that positivity.
That willingness to help each other out.
But what about helping ourselves?
Sometimes we find it tough and experience feelings that challenge us.
Feelings that we may not understand.
Feelings we may not want to share.
Even with those closest to us.
And times like these, let's use that Kiwi spirit to look after ourselves.
like we look after others.
Let's focus on building the skills and knowledge we need to look after our own well-being.
With the right tools, you can discover your own path to wellness.
Ka whati te ti, ka wana te ti, ka rito te ti. Aotearoa, we see you.
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. I know time
Good afternoon and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2024 National Interclub Sevens event being hosted in the wonderful city of Auckland. Is it the city of Sales? Auckland's the city.
Yep.
The city of Sales of Auckland, that's where the Interclub's been hosted. 6 clubs, but we are broadcasting live from the Howick Bowling Club and we are watching the women's section play. So we'll start off at the beginning. My name is Alex Reid and joined in commentary again today by Terry Blackburn. We've seen one match-up already and we're about to see another, and we can see there on the screen Papakura, which is Leanne Poulsen, taking on Martinborough Tanya Wheeler. One's a New Zealand Open singles champion, the other one's one of the champ singles. What sort of game do you think we can expect to see here, Terry?
Oh, I'd expect a top quality match here. Both are really good bowlers in their own right. I'd be more familiar with Leanne, but I certainly have heard of Tanya Wheeler around the bowls scene. I'd like to see lots of tight hits and just lots of consistency.
And we got City of Sales, isn't it, is what we decided. I'll get the intro right next time tomorrow. But it is lovely weather here. Talking of the City of Sales at the Auckland region, 6 clubs around the Auckland region are playing host to 40-something different clubs in the men's and women's event, this Interclub 7. So the way they've made their way here, if you are wondering, is by winning their local centre event. So every centre hosts an interclub, and an interclub is made up of 7 players playing fours, pairs and singles. So all the centre winners have converged here in Auckland. And I thought this was a trial end, but it's not a trial end because they're leaving the bowls. So we've actually had a few go hoofing into the ditch on this first end here of this game. And the Speckley bowls are Leanne Poulsen's. So we'll just watch that bowl go past. She's drawing the shot. And Tanya now on the forehand.
Certainly is good weather out there. Word is that on the bottom green they are getting quite a bit of wind, using a couple of rinks of green down there, but up here I think they've probably got a little bit more shelter.
We decided the green was running somewhere between 17 and 18 seconds. They'll probably continue to speed up as this game goes on. Leanne there on the forehand. 9th year bowler, current blackjack and New Zealand player. Won the New Zealand singles this year out of played at Burnside Bowling Club, defeating Sandra Keith in that final.
Yeah, she's certainly achieved a lot in those 9 years.
Yeah, a number of achievements. We used to have the New Zealand Open, which was a big event run by Auckland. My recollection is that she defeated Jenny Welch, I reckon, in the final of the singles as maybe a 4th or 5th year bowler. So that was a fantastic effort. And look at this from Tanya, drawing the shot. Beautiful bowl.
And it's not by luck either. She's definitely someone that puts a lot of work in behind the scenes, regular roll-ups and trainings, and I imagine she would have been like that right from the get-go.
Yeah. So here we go. Leanne on the forehand. She's driving.
Not something we saw in the first
Could
match.
chip her own bowl out. So a disappointing result there. She's chipped her own bowl off, trying to go the shot bowl. Just slightly tight on the forehand side, so it swung across onto Leanne's bowl itself. And I think that might have been a 3 on the first end to Tanya Wheeler. That's an electric start, Terry.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd be happy with that start. Now it's time to capitalise.
Tanya delivering the jack.
So the Papakuta Club won their first match, or first round this morning, 3-0. And then they followed up with a bye.
Very good.
Back in action this afternoon. Whereas Martinborough had the first bye this morning and then lost to Hinuera 3-0.
Hinuera, a very strong team, aren't they?
Yeah, they've had a good day. They're the ones that put my club out in our centre event. Oh, bit of excitement in the pairs match in that top right-hand corner of our screen.
You hear the noise coming through. Just see Leanne's bowl on the backhand side. You know, I mean, the 3 obviously isn't ideal at the start, but if you're going to drop a number, the first end's the end to do it on. So Tanya's from the Martinborough Bowling Club. 5 years ago, the Martinborough Bowling Club had 5 members and there were plans underway to close it. But they've undertaken a revival, laid down a new green. A few old members came back and their friends followed. They now have between 25 and 30 full-time members, and their men's and ladies interclub team have won the Wairarapa interclub competition for the last 3 years in a row.
That's amazing, isn't it? If there are any clubs out there struggling, I think that's a story you can aspire to.
Gives you hope, doesn't it? And just on a quick side note, I love the Wilson mascot. That is fantastic. We'll get around to that soon. I've got the story behind it, but we've got hours to get through. That follows the Wairarapa team around. It's Marianne Wilson's volleyball.
That makes sense, doesn't it?
It does, and it's because there's words, Alex. 2 Mariannes, so they just call Marianne Wilson, and she has a volleyball, and I think that's just fantastic. Great bowl.
Here comes Tanya on the forehand.
Lovely bowl. Oh, just through the gap.
Just enough room for a bowl to go through. Brilliant effort though. Bowl or jack would have been magic.
So, Leanne on the backhand.
Yeah, every chance to just repeat what she did with her third bowl, draw another shot. Very process-driven player.
So much practice has gone in.
And she'd certainly found a rhythm on that club side of the green. We see Leanne leading off on that same side. Nice arc out there. We saw a lot of full length ends in that first match. And here we go again.
I haven't seen the mat played around with a lot either. Is that something in your singles game that that you use, Terry, the placement of the mat, or do you usually just turu with the length of the jack?
I'd be more likely to play around with the jack length more than the mat. But perhaps, I don't know, I'm a fifth year bowler. Maybe that's something I would look to use a little bit more often. As my game evolves.
The reason you don't use the mat, is it a confidence thing, or?
Possibly. I think it's just, I wouldn't have it, I'd have it near the 2 metre, maybe, I don't know, 2 or 3 mats up. That's probably my usual go-to mat placement. I think it's just the idea of the further you bring the mat up, the less wriggle room you have for the jack. But ironically, even when I put my mat further back, I've got a fair idea of where I want that jack, and I'd usually, I don't know, I practice my jack length. So yeah, in theory it's the same sort of thing, isn't it? Throwing your jack to a particular length.
Yep. Interesting. So many variables in this game. You know, I believe the rule used to be the first end, the mat had to be on the 2 metre mark, and that's because it was tidy. First end of every game, everyone had to start on the 2 metre mark, and then you could move it from there.
That's changed, obviously.
It's no longer the case, but one of the rules that we used to have may have been the New Zealand Women's Association, I feel. And they used to replay the full finals for a long time as well. So right into the 80s, if you drew a national final, you'd play the entire final again.
Interesting.
Pointless information. Luckily it's bowls related, so it fits into this commentary as we see Tanya Wheeler here on her forehand side.
Speaking of tidy, I often put the bowls in sets, you know, at the end of an end.
I do that,
So yeah, I don't do it in indoor, so I find it really interesting that I do it in outdoor.
I do it indoor as well. Usually when I'm stressed out, I'll tidy the bowls.
I did know that.
At outdoor, I just like to separate them
Yeah.
to my team and the other team. And it should be a small distance. If I'm leading in the pairs game, which we'll switch to at the conclusion of the singles one, I try and leave my skips bowls in a place that's really easy for them to get.
Yeah.
Good try. Well, she's used those bowls for as long as I can recall, Leanne Paulson. Those Aero, or I want to say Aero Optimas, but they might be Dynamics.
I change a good thing, I suppose.
Yeah.
Possibly just the one there.
That's what they said. Just the one. So 2 apiece now. You're seeing some results. Sorry, I was confused. Some results coming through now. I'll have a nosy at how everyone's getting on, but like I said, we'd rather people find the results for themselves on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook and website. This jack is going into the ditch. So what's that mean, Terry? What happens now?
The marker will be throwing the jack back to the opposition now, so that's Tanya. She gets to move the mat as well as re-roll the jack, and she has moved the mat just a little bit closer to the 2 metre.
It is fascinating me where the mat is being placed today, which really, I mean, we've not seen it any further up than a metre or two from the 2 metre mark by anybody yet. Leanne spends a lot of time too in Australia playing on those slower greens. Had success at the World Championships. Was it runners up in the triples? How did the fours go? You were there.
Yes, the women's fours got a bronze.
So a silver and a bronze medal from the World Championships is what Leanne picked up.
Yeah, and then obviously the overall women's trophy as well. So a really good campaign for Leanne over there.
What a mighty effort that was from the New Zealand woman. We'd won that once in 50 years. We'd won it once, remembering that we've had these generations that we look upon as sort of legends of the game. We had a golden era in the 90s and the early noughties. They weren't able to achieve that. They got very close on a number of occasions, but to win it for the second time in 50 years, that best overall performing women's team at the World Championships is pretty special.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly a great group of women.
Just waiting for Leanne's bolt. There we are on the back end. Does the same thing every time, Leanne Paulson. Partner Roger Andrew is very decorated indoor and outdoor bowler as well, Terry. I think last time I bothered to check, he had somewhere over 60 indoor counties titles, which isn't bad.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. He's certainly a force to be reckoned with on the indoor mat. So I can't say I'm too familiar with his outdoor.
Good outdoor bowler. Often plays down in the team though in outdoor, which is interesting.
Yeah, he does skip a lot in indoor bowls.
Needs it to hold here. Oh no, you got to
Might
chip
get
yourself
unlucky.
out. Oh, she got it square. It's actually end up being lucky in the end. Half a bowl wider and narrower than that, and both of those shots were out of the head.
Yeah, it was almost one of those bowls where you're both unlucky and lucky in different ways. We were in Martinborough not too long ago. Weren't we,
We
Alex?
were. It's a lovely place, Martinborough.
I think it was the first time I'd ever been. Have you been before?
Nope. But I'd go again.
Yeah,
It was
I was just about to
fantastic.
say I'd go back.
Beautiful spot. It's a town that has a large temporary population, is my understanding. A lot of people go there for holiday. There's a lot of holiday houses in Martinborough. A lot
Yeah.
of wineries around. It's
Lovely,
beautiful.
lovely wee town.
So Tanya on the forehand again. So he's holding one, so it's about just navigating that gap. This is a fair effort here from Tanya Wheeler.
Down to the
How's the
speed
weight?
now. Yeah,
How's the weight?
just going to sneak in front.
Oh,
Well
good shot.
played.
Two there, 4-2 the score.
You were really quick to update there.
Thank you. I'm going to take that as a compliment. I was feeling pretty confident. So Tanya now, still the mat's just been placed in that nice regulation space. Good bowl on the piers there at the top right of your screen. And Tanya delivering the jack now. Oh no. Oh yeah, I'd call that different. That's a different length head that we've seen, which is that's almost the shortest end we've seen in 2 games of bowls. Forcing Leanne onto the forehand, really.
good first bowl there from Leanne. I think she has been favouring so far anyway, that forehand club side.
So that's the hand we saw in the first match. For the viewers who didn't tune in, Debbie Jackson played really consistent bowls, and they were almost all on this side of the rink, weren't they? The club side, the bowls came back nicely. Elaine McClintock sort of flip-flop between the two, it felt, Terry, sort of switching between the two hands, never really settled down.
Yeah, played some good bowls on both hands, but like you say, just never quite settled in the way that Debbie did.
So something to watch for in this game, I suppose, is whether both players go, look, we prefer this hand as being more consistent, or if, again, we get a situation where the players, one player, like Leanne, sticks to the club side and the other player chops and changes.
Well, sometimes that happens, doesn't it? If a player has settled into one side, the other player it's almost dictating how they play the game a little bit on occasion.
Handy. Lovely delivery from Leanne Paulson. Was a very successful horse trainer in her previous career.
Yep.
Good line.
Fair effort here, I think.
Gotta be close.
Needs to run a little longer.
Oh, oh, great effort. Not to beat. And half a sniff at a bonus shot opportunity here. Terry, can you talk to us a bit about bonus shots? Like bowlers use that term all the time, but it's not often we explain it. So I'm going to delegate that task to you. What do we mean by bonus shot?
Well, it's just drawing an extra shot, isn't it? And I guess bonus in the sense that your opposition has no reply to the situation. So yeah, it's just fair game, free game.
At least you didn't tell me it was a bonus shot.
Effectively.
Usually the way I explain things is just by repeating them until people magically understand it.
Until it sinks in.
Doesn't help when you're just saying the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
But unable to, I don't think she made the bonus shot count on that occasion. I think it was just the one. She got bogged. I don't think her bowl sat in at the right angle. So the jack being spotted on the 2 metre mark, and we'll just stick on this camera angle and see what the situation was. Every second in he's doing it, so 4 apiece, so I was wrong. No surprises there. Switching to the forehand.
Yeah, might just be looking to go around the clock. Yeah, pretty good start from Tanya there. Nice line on that club side, as we talked about.
And Leanne sticking with the forehand. So this is something that is coached in outdoor a lot, is trusting your line even when it looks like it would look like that bowl's in the way, right?
Yeah.
But it's actually quite hard to hit a bowl-sized bowl. It's not that much room, so it's coached to trust your line and not chop and change all the time, which is why Leanne stuck to the forehand, and that was a good bowl in response. The instinct would always be to switch hands there, because you think, oh, the forehand's covered a bit, but
I know
just trust your line.
what Mum does. This is something that I think she sort of talked to me about when I first started, and was trying to figure out where those shorter bowls are in relation, to the width of the green, right? How wide are they? Are they actually in your draw line? So she would line them up with the back of the rink at your far end, and then I guess line it up with you know what I mean, at the same end of your rink, and then you can get a feel for just how wide it actually is, because it always looks wider further up, doesn't it? I've lost you. Mum makes sense.
Yep.
Not my best work.
We'll give you another go later on explaining that one. I think it does. I think I'm understanding, sort of half picking up what you've put down. Good bowl there from Leanne Poulsen. Looks still like it might be one shot to Tanya Wheeler. What are your thoughts there on that head, Terry? Who's holding?
Yeah, I'd favour Tanya's bowl.
Oh, agonisingly short here. That's gutting as a player, isn't it? Because you know your track's perfect, and the bowl just stops. Does she look like a woman who thinks she's holding the shot, or?
I wasn't actually looking at Leanne.
Oh, let's see what hand she plays. So, sticking to the forehand, backing herself.
Yeah, just looking to draw again. I did wonder if she might be tempted by a little trail through that channel on the backhand, but no need to. If it can hold past Tanya's bowl, it could be pretty close.
Close. Oh,
didn't
robbed.
need the touch.
Literally, that was literally half an inch wide. Narrow. Half an inch narrow.
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly looked to be tracking for the jack.
Imagine if she set Tanya's bowl up to be the shot. How much extra disappointing that would be. What a mighty effort that was.
Here comes a bonus shot, Alex.
Run!
Yeah.
Yeah, good bowl. So that's 1.5, I would say. Go on, Leanne. Thank you. I think it was 1. Which means it was probably 2. Or 2. Yeah. There you go. It's a sad state of affairs when you go for your instinct and then think about the opposite being the right thing.
I thought it was an easy 2, but of course I can say that now after they've put the score up.
Yeah, I mean you could have said that. You could have said that earlier. 6-4 the score. So 10 shots scored and about 5 ends. Average of 2-ish an end. So nice, closely contested match here. Still feel like the players are getting a feel for how this game is going to go, Terry. Haven't really kicked into top gear, he says, as Tanya draws an absolute bomb of a bowl.
Yep, kicking into top gear now.
Beautiful shot.
And yeah, that's usually how the start of a singles game would go, right? It'd be pretty rare that someone comes in absolutely firing.
Yeah, just take a bit of time. So it's nice weight with Leanne's first bowl. If you're in Leanne's position, you don't think about getting the shot with your first 2 at this stage. So like we look at this, and Tanya's drawn essentially a front toucher that sits slightly off centre to the jack. Leanne would have been thinking, I'll put my first 2 bowls, I'll draw 2 good seconds, and then I can start doing something with my third and fourth. You don't immediately have to draw the shot, and that's beautiful from Tanya.
Excellent bowling from Tanya.
If anything, she's just a little bit unlucky. She's finished the bowl to the left as we see it, because Leanne can try and sit through that now. But anyway, it's still hard to do, isn't it?
Needs it to break.
Yeah,
Breaking. Is it going to break hard enough?
that's a lovely
Yes.
bowl. That's a perfectly executed shot that didn't exist 40 seconds ago.
Even though it was still a good bowl.
Yes. Staggering game sometimes.
And now Leanne's finished. It makes Tanya have to be that little bit more cautious now to what she had to be before.
What would you do here, Terry?
Well, Tanya's going the four-handed. I can absolutely see why. Less likely to rock her bowl. Still an option, of course, if you undercut it, but feels less likely.
I don't think she was convinced. So Leanne now will be playing a very similar bowl to her third shot. You can rest through the shot bowl or through your own. Just needs it to let go.
Yeah,
She's
it's
very
breaking
close here,
now.
Terry. Look at this here from Leanne Paulson.
Big hit on that shot bowl.
Great shot. May still be one light. Is it worth a forehand wriggle now for Tanya? She's got those two bowls. If you're one down already,
Well, I don't know. I think she might be holding the shot.
hard to tell.
Oh, it is hard to tell.
Okay, so let's if you're Tanya and you're one down to that Leanne's bowl that sits at 9 o'clock to the jack, what do you play?
Absolutely going the forehand, without a doubt. Sitting the bowl, using the inside half-ish, third edge, whatever, get onto the jack.
So this means she must be holding the shot. Would be the only reason that Tanya
Yes.
would play her backhand. That
Yeah,
prob-
if she's holding
prob-
the shot, that's a fair call
Yeah.
because you wouldn't want to get the wrong angle of Leanne's. And there's absolutely room in here to draw a second. Oh, she's made sure of that anyway.
Oh! Oh no! Oh, that's a calamity.
If that's two to Leanne as well.
That's unbelievable what's just happened there. I don't.
Tanya has effectively played.
I'd be going the double teapot.
Leanne's chosen not to play this bowl.
Interesting.
Yeah, I
could
felt
just
like there
draw it
was
on the
room on the backhand, but I suppose the way this end has played out, you know,
Don't want
it's
something
been
to go
unlucky,
hideous.
unlucky touches all around, even though it looks quite safe.
Maybe Leanne's doing a psychological thing here and going, all right, you've given me the shot. I don't have to play my bowl now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. So was that two? Sorry, because Tanya effectively played four good bowls. That
She did. She was
end.
very unlucky to sit it down. She must have been. Will presume because she played the backhand that she was holding, because you wouldn't have played the backhand if you were down. So she played four good bowls, was holding the shot, played a fourth good bowl, edged the shot bowl to be closer, and everyone thought, oh, that's quite good because the shot bowl's better now. And then
Yes.
it sat down and sprung the jack back up the rink for what we think might be two. That, I mean, it literally couldn't have gone any worse.
yeah, the chances of that happening are pretty slim.
It's pretty low. And it is to 6 apiece now. That was unlucky from Tanya Wheeler.
But if I were Tanya, I'd be thinking, all of those bowls felt good out of the hand. If I do that again, I'll be sitting pretty.
It sort of comes down to what New Zealand players talk about, Terry, and the types of goal, isn't it? And from the outside looking in, it seems to be that there's a focus on process and not so much outcome, which is exactly what you just said. It's about going, well, I actually let go of those four bowls well, and they went where I pointed them.
Yeah.
So, therefore, fine.
Yeah, very much so. And I think if you focus on the outcome and sort of have that outcome mindset, I think it's very easy for emotions to get attached to that. And when our emotions are sort of all over the shop, you know, that can affect your bowls and it can affect your decision making. So if you do just focus on the processes, you know, it stays very factual, your emotions are regulated, and yeah, consistent bowls, good decision making. Very good bowl from Leanne there. Similar to what we saw from Tanya on the last end. Yeah, Tanya knew that one was on too tight a line for what's needed out there. Probably,
Perfect weight.
Yeah, had a really good speed there.
I love it when bowls turns into a pantomime. You can just hear through the ambient mics some oohs and ahs.
Yeah, good bowling from Leanne.
Yeah, this is where Leanne can be really dangerous to play, because if she finds the path to the jack with her first bowl, the next three are usually there. And in singles, if you happen to blink for that particular end, you're going to find yourself dropping threes and fours.
This looks like a reasonable chance from Tanya.
Oh, what a bowl that is. That's incredibly good.
Excellent stuff.
That's incredibly good. And it's sat down, so you can't even plant it out clean. That's lovely stuff. By that I mean, if Leanne was to hit her bowl, that's very near Tanya's bowl, the jack's just going to move to our bottom left. May still be the shot to play, but it's not going out clean anymore. What would you play, Terry?
I still like the draw. She's played two good bowls down that hand. Nothing's changed all that much. You can still, get a little movement happening.
So it looks like if it was hit, the jack would be going in the 7 o'clock direction on your screen, which means that it would be going to about where that water bottle is, I reckon, in the ditch. Probably too much room there. So I agree with you. I think the draw is probably what we'll see Leanne play, just drawing on the forehand. If you drop a 1, say la vie.
Yeah, that's it.
Nope. So she's on the forehand.
Even if nothing changes here, it would still be really hard, I think, for Tanya to draw a bonus shot. Whereas if Leanne would have moved the jack, that opens it right up.
On the forehand, playing with weight. Just a reaching weight though, isn't it? So that's like your little mild plant. Inside half of the bowl, follow the jack down sort of thing, not full reaching weight.
I still think she might have been looking for that jack movement more than anything.
You're probably right, Terry.
She did have those back bowls ready for a trail.
And the collision bowl would have gone to the left as we see it, I suppose. Careful. Now you hope your bowl flops in against the bias. Not going to be. Look at the weight Tanya's got with all 4 bowls. There's actually six well weighted bowls there, all in line with the jack. One of them counting, so 7-6 the score now to Tanya Wheeler in this race to 21 shots.
We've certainly seen the shot changing every end, haven't we, really?
It's been a good game. Good game. Players playing well. Reasonably consistent with the length of the heads. We've seen some variation, but not much. Tanya on the back end. I couldn't even tell you what the favoured hand is, to be honest. I think it feels like there's been some chopping and changing, but that's because both hands play very similarly. I don't recall there being a major difference between the two, Terry.
No.
Tanya on the back end there, Leanne on the forehand, but they both, you take your green, your bowl will come back.
Should be in the area.
Very good bowl. Lovely bowl. Beautiful bowl. It's not nice to do with your first shot to be played that well, Terry, in a game of singles. Sort of, you get that domino on, then don't you? You're not searching with your next three. You're adding to it.
Yeah, that's it. First bowl effectiveness is huge. It's quite a nice, there's a lot of chat around having an objective at the start of the day, and quite often having first bowl effectiveness is a really good objective to have if that's your one thing that you're sort of focusing on. It's, again, lays a good foundation, really.
Clean run.
Gives options.
So Leanne on the forehand again.
She's certainly got her line
Once
really well.
Once she's locked in, is a very consistent bowler, Leanne Poulsen. The forehand, you would think, right? Surprises me.
The forehand certainly looks more appealing, but she's obviously feeling more confident on that backhand.
Well, I don't know.
Effectively, it's the same shot, though, isn't it? Both hands, she's just drawing.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is.
You can miss by more on the forehand and get away with it, I suppose, is my logic. But
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
it's
as good
just
as
more
these
open.
players. So. You're asking yourself to draw within a bowl on the backhand, or you could miss by a couple of feet on the forehand, rest the bowl, move the jack back a little bit. So one's a really hard shot, one is arguably easier. 7-6 the score to Tanya at the moment, but that's going to change around. How's the weight here from Leanne Poulsen? This is... Oh,
Yeah, I think connecting with that bowl probably helped the situation.
may have stopped in time. I feel like I just heard quite a big number 3. Beautiful.
Yeah. So Leanne takes the lead, 9-7. Would that be the first time she's been in front, Alex?
Yes. I just noticed there Leanne's shorts, the ones with the chamois on them. Did you wear them when you played for New Zealand, Terry, or did you opt for a different short?
Oh, I just wear what I'm given. And,
Have you noticed the chamois on your shorts?
yes, but I think it took me, I don't think I noticed it all at the Multi-Nations, and it was only brought to my attention at the Worlds.
Please tell me it didn't rain at the Multi-Nations.
It might have. No, I don't know. We're over in the Gold Coast, and they've got brilliant weather over there. We probably had one rainy night during the Worlds, which ultimated with some lightning. It's pretty exciting.
It's quite exciting.
We'd just come off by then, so. The chamois, I like it.
Yeah, so if you just look at Leanne, the shorts Leanne is wearing on the left short, or the left side, there's I think it's the left side, a chamois, which is to help with the wet weather, isn't it? Is it on the left side?
I'd almost think it would make more sense to be on
One of the sides, there's a chamois on the shorts. They've been part of the Bowls New Zealand uniform, I think, for a few years now. Dynasty Apparel.
Is it on both sides? I don't know.
It might be. Dynasty Apparel, anyway, provide them, and they've done a lot of club shirts recently, and centre shirts look pretty amazing. So if you're interested, reach out to Jamal from Dynasty Apparel to assist with your club and centre gear. I can see the fern on the front.
There's definitely a chamois on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I thought it was fantastic. It's a really cool innovation anyway. I like the idea.
Brilliant. If only I knew about it sooner. I think Julie O'Connell brought that to my attention.
Better late than never, Terry. Good weight. You can see there with the Papakura sticker on the bowls. How's the weight here from Tanya on the forehand?
Very similar to her previous bowl, I think.
It is very similar, just past. Beautiful track. How's the weight? Just going to run on, Leanne. So this feels like half a chance for Tanya, to be honest, the way the head's building. That one came out nicely. Where is it? Oh, there it is. So she'll just be willing this on for one, which she's succeeded in doing. That's a nice shot, and now that opens up a nice option for Tanya with her fourth bowl if Leanne is to miss, because you've guaranteed your one shot, so you can play a shot with confidence.
Very nice action.
Hours and hours and hours and hours of practice has gone into that.
Might need to land something to stay in the head. Could that be 3? Certainly 2 from this angle.
I would say it's 2. And Tanya just will rinse and repeat her last bowl for a 3. If she happens to move the jack back a little bit, it's worth 4. Good sportsmanship here. Leanne Polson going to pass Tanya the bowl. Quite like that in outdoor, eh? It's quite nice. It's a nice sort of
gesture.
A gesture that's written nowhere in the rules, but you do find it in these events. Same as these players have decided that they're just going to use one mat. It's easier if the player that doesn't play the last bowl just picks the mat up and walks it down instead of having a mat at each end. Just something that you do. Tanya will be disappointed with that. She's fallen shy. Toilet break. Just see Leanne do the scoreboard. 3 there indicated. 3 there indicated by the marker. So 10-9 the score. So we just await the return of Tanya. See there in the top right of your screen the match between Papakura and Martinborough. 6-2 to Papakura after 6 ends of 18. I love that Wilson volleyball. That's fantastic. Like, how good is that? You see at the bottom left of your screen underneath the water bottles.
Have they made that or have they bought that? Because that looks pretty good from my memory of the movie.
I would suspect that it's something that you can buy. But if they've made it, it's impressive either way, to be honest. I think it's great that it's a nickname. And a great film too, isn't it? Castaway. How good.
I haven't watched it in a wee while, but for a movie where there's not a lot of dialogue.
Wilson. And then there was that Lotto ad, which parodied it. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes.
With
brilliant.
the dog. Was it the dog? Wilson the dog?
Yeah, it rings a bell.
Brilliant. some classic adverts in New Zealand. It's the one for KFC. That's a good one. Which I'm not going to attempt to sing. But I had a radio tutor whose claim to fame was he wrote the Make It Click jingle.
Oh, that's a fair claim to fame.
Yeah, I'd be happy. I thought it was fantastic. Oh, good effort there from Tanya. Leading 10-9. Been some interest. It's been an intriguing game so far. It's not been magical bowls, but some very good shots played, Terry.
Yeah, I think the standard's pretty reasonable.
It's interesting that we've seen a couple of like threes going both ways.
Oh, is she going to grab it? Enough to change things.
Yeah, she'll be pleased enough with that result. Amazing on these quick greens how far the bowls run away from the jack once they've connected with them sometimes.
Yeah.
Like that got the jack reasonably square and she's finished 3 or 4 feet away. Well, more than that actually. A lot away, a metre away from the jack.
Really good from Tanya Wheeler. Is just going to pull up a little shorter than I thought, but she's adjusted to the new length well.
On the forehand. Yeah. This is a lovely bowl here from Leanne Poulsen.
Another toucher.
That's beautiful. And that's a nicer toucher than the first one. That's fantastic. Now Tanya's got 2 short bowls. She's 1 down. Normal bowls theory would suggest that you attack it here, but I'm not convinced. I think you go past, then attack it, eh?
Yeah.
So usually we talk about the third bowl being the aggressive one, but Tanya's got 2 short bowls, nothing past. So you're almost thinking on the back end to the 6 o'clock position, past the jack with your first bowl.
Yeah. I mean, I was almost thinking just the forehand, looking to get past, but if you happen to sort of dive on and just even connect with Leanne's bowl, it opens, it just frees it up a little bit.
So what's important is this needs to stay up on the paddock. So if it stops, it's brilliant. That's a really good bowl there from Tanya because it's allowed her to attack now. That was quite classy. Leanne's thinking, I'm holding one. I know Tanya's going to attack it with her second bowl, so you're just drawing another shot to make it less inviting, I suppose. So at the moment, Tanya goes through the shot bowl on either hand. The jack's just going to go into the 6 o'clock direction. Thoughts, Terry?
Well, yeah. She placed that bowl there for a reason, right? She's having a look at what angle she wants to get it at, what hand she'll be playing.
In theory, there's almost nowhere you can hit the shot bowl that doesn't result in the jack going back, because there's less than a jack's width between the jack and the shot bowl. So you'd have to get the extreme edge, which would be unlucky, wouldn't it, to get an edge of a bowl? Would it indicate that perhaps you play it with less weight rather than more, so your bowl's always swinging into the shot bowl? Forehand's an interesting call. Needs it to dive.
Oh, she's close.
Oh,
brilliant.
Beautiful
shot.
bowl.
And yeah, she didn't fly at it by any means.
I really like that speed because it meant that you're always swinging into the shot bowl. She was actually unlucky that the jack didn't move, but got it square enough that her collision bowl hung around. So that's a really good shot there from Tanya.
Yeah, very small target to work with. And she never looked like missing.
So Leanne now on the forehand. Just drawing this, Terry.
Yep.
Smooth as silk. Colin Williams walking past in the background. Wish I was trying to think of something to say, but nothing's come out.
She's
Just
got
that
a
he
good
walked
arc.
past the camera.
Comes down to the speed though.
Oh, good line. One. Two. Well, what a bowl that was from Tanya Wheeler. Should make the score 12-9 by my count. Going well, this battle. Those nice shoes. What shoes do you wear for outdoor bowls, Terry? What's your pick?
I actually need to buy outdoor bowling shoes. I've been wearing merino Allbirds all through the summer, which is what I've been wearing for indoor bowls. Very comfortable.
Yeah, but a bit they would soak the water in, wouldn't they, if it rained? How's their waterproofiness?
Yeah, I mean you can wash them, which is great. But yeah, no, they're not. They absolutely absorb the water. So no, I'm definitely on the lookout for some outdoor shoes. Maybe even just some more Allbirds, but the tree runner ones rather than the merino.
So it's a good segue. So up until quite recently, there used to be a list of approved bowling shoes, and it's still quite regulated in Australia. In New Zealand, on our domestic regulations, which can be found on our website, they've been updated to essentially say that bowling shoes have to have a set of characteristics. So they shouldn't have like a what do you call it? A big heel. They shouldn't have really deep cut, grippy things. Essentially, anything that might damage green, your bowling shoe shouldn't have. But we've allowed common sense to prevail, and if it's if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it is a duck. It's the same thing for shoes. If it looks like a bowling shoe, it is.
Fair enough.
So it's a lot more relaxed now. But if you're interested to have a look, the domestic regulations have a list. I think it's about eight or nine things from memory that it suggests that a bowling shoe should have. And if you're wondering what shoes to get, if you look at your shoes and look at the list and it matches up, you're fine. There's no worries. Which I think is a very reasonable solution. I've still got a pair of greens that I wear sometimes. They are extremely old. It's a lovely
This
bowl.
from Leanne.
That's amazing. Around the corner too. Just flashes of brilliance at the moment. Current blackjack. And Leanne will be thinking to herself, I could do this all day, right? So she's 9-12 down to Tanya. But I suppose when you're the current New Zealand singles champion, current blackjack, you would know within yourself that you're quite capable of just finding a 3 or a 4 out of not much.
Yeah. Yeah, if she can keep creating heads like that, which she has done a couple of times now, all it takes is for Tanya to miss one, but Tanya hasn't been missing, that's the thing.
She's playing great bowls. It's been some very impressive pressure bowls. This was one of them. It's reasonably well played. Should be happy enough with where that's finished, just past the head.
Yeah, good opportunity to wander up and have a look at the lay of the land.
So Leanne's holding what looks like a 3-headed meat. Would you still be on the draw, Terry? Or could you be tempted?
Or I'd be tempted. But I don't know. Yeah, I think with Leanne placing that last bowl there, you do have to think a little bit. I don't know. What would you do? Because part of me likes that forehand and sort of swinging down across the head into Leanne's shot bowl or wriggling through that little channel. But it absolutely is.
All of the 4 options are really hard. And there's a
Yeah.
bowl to come from Leanne, so in the back of your mind you're thinking, oh, it'd be easy to drop a 4 here. I'd probably have a nibble. Yeah.
Yeah.
As Tanya is. She could get really lucky through the short bowl if she gets it square. I love the weight. Just a couple of bowls narrow. Should have been looking through Leanne's bowl square, and that splits the two off, and you can get some good follow-throughs or bowl on to Jack. But it's the first pressure bowl Tanya's missed, really, and a chance here for Leanne to bounce right back in this match. She's holding 3, isn't it? So this should be a draw for 4.
Yeah, and plenty of room to do it as well. I guess in Tanya's position, if you play with weight and miss, obviously, it does leave Leanne a pretty good opportunity. But on the other hand, if you draw and miss, it's the same situation.
I think for Tanya, she was dropping regardless of what she played, if she missed it, she was dropping a minimum of a 3.
Absolutely. Well, it might not even be 3, to be fair. Well, now with this bowl.
3, yeah. So you would always back Leanne to draw the bonus. Therefore, it wasn't as dangerous as it looked to have a nibble because you were dropping a 3 if you missed a draw, but you had to get within one bowl.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
A very good shot selection there from Tanya, and I think just narrow.
Yeah, it was just execution.
Just missed, which happens, unfortunately, in this game.
Yeah, but an excellent bonus shot from Leanne. It levels the score.
12 apiece.
It has been a really good battle between these two ladies, which is to be expected, really. Leanne has very much been going around the clock, hasn't she?
That's been interesting.
I think this will swing across.
Interesting. So the second bowl here from Leanne.
Her second bowl last end was what set the tone. She's definitely got a better line on this one.
So the end of this track, because it's a nice quick green, look how much that's turning at the end. Isn't that lovely? Isn't it nice to see?
Beautiful.
Straight to the forehand. Just following Leanne down. Her bowl must look like it's right on the eye line. Tanya's first bowl. I suspect if Leanne had been playing that, she may have stuck to the backhand side. That slightly different philosophy. The Papakura Bowling Club formed in 1905, that's a long time ago, 1905. We wouldn't have had many people in the country back then. 1905, with just a few male members. And as the sport grew, so did the membership numbers, to the point where a new facility was sought and secured. So in 1960, the Papakura Bowling Club moved to its current address and play commenced on a rubber green, and those ditches are still the same ditches, but the green's different, obviously. The women's club was at the Marne Road Bowling Club at that stage. The rubber greens fascinate me. They were sort of one of our first attempts at artificial turf. It was a really rubberized, a hard rubberized surface, and they used to paint them green.
How did they go?
They aged badly, is my understanding, but playable. They used to be very quick. If you think about it, it makes sense that it'd be a fast rubber green. But there were lots of arguments at the time, letters to the editor about, it was at that time the name of the national body was the New Zealand Lawn Bowls Association. They said, how can you call yourself a lawn bowls if you're not playing on a lawn, you're playing on rubber. Now we play on a weed and on carpet. So I wonder what they would say to that.
Yeah, I can't imagine New Zealand weed bowls.
We're not playing on grass anymore. We haven't done so in a long time. Beautiful delivery. And Paulson. So she's had a look to see if she's holding the shot or not. Backing herself to draw it regardless. Sit down square. Interesting. Take a punt. Who's holding, do you think, Terry?
I almost feel like, just based off Tanya's body language then, I'd almost think she was holding.
Just how sort of...
Yeah, she seemed quite certain about what she was doing regardless anyway.
Essentially, we therefore think she's trying to draw a bonus here, don't we, on the forehand?
Yeah.
Lovely line for it.
I don't mind the speed either.
This is close here. Tanya Wheeler needs it to... Oh, found the gap. What are the chances? The mat was let go extremely close to the head. I would not have been that brave. What are your thoughts on this finger measuring business, Terry?
I don't typically do it myself. I just usually whip the measure out if I'm unsure after taking a look.
Some people are incredibly accurate at it, aren't they?
Yeah, I think if it's something you feel really confident with, then I think it's really handy. I mean, I'm quite happy for somebody else to use their finger measures, and if they tell me I'm holding, I'm happy.
Right to the 2 metre mark. Tanya on the back end, leading 13 shots to 12 in this race to 21. What a game of bowls this is turning out to be. That's a lovely shot there.
I wonder if Leanne will change her hand. She's still loosely considering that forehand, but she has opted for the backhand.
The right decision as well,
Yeah.
given how close the distance between the jack and the shot bowl lengthwise is only a bowl's width short.
It's the first time in a while she's probably played on that hand coming in this direction, but obviously she has been familiar with that line going back the other way.
So green's perfect there.
Speed?
That's what I was trying to say. I was wondering why you give me a very quizzical look in the commentary booth, but that's correct because her green was not perfect. This green's nearly perfect. No, it's not. It's still narrow.
Oh, still two really good bowls.
So Leanne with perfect weight before now just needs to correct one thing.
Certainly got a bigger arc on the bowl.
I think she had the green right that time. So then it's a case of third time lucky. Meanwhile, Tanya's just going to keep plugging the bowls into the head. Leanne on the back end again. Third time lucky. Feels like it needs to hold just a smidgen here. Oh, just dying. So Tanya holding 2.
With a back bowl. Oh, no.
Well, a very back bowl. So here's a question. You're holding 2. What do you do? Do you draw 3 and hope that Leanne misses, or are you playing a bowl past the head here? What's the best shot?
I'd probably go again. Draw another shot.
Put the pressure on.
Yeah, I'd probably still try and correct from those first 2 though. Yeah, just maybe being on the outside of it this time. More chance of coming in around it. But at the end of the day, I'm still looking to draw a shot. If you end up touching it, perfect.
Just must have let it go a bit funny, I think.
What do you think Leanne's considering here?
Maybe having a nibble. You could go the 2 bowls. Absolutely could go the 2 bowls.
Yeah, and if you're a fraction tight, you might just get the jack square. We saw on the first end that she's not afraid to have a look at it. Tanya returning the favour of giving Leanne the bowl.
So let's see. So I think this is going to be aggressive.
On the backhand though, eh?
Yeah. Watch them. Are they both going to go? She's close here. Oh, it's killed.
Oh.
Well, we know what that means. Let's all just stay calm. A killed end. It never gets old. Look at it. Clearly a dead jack because it killed. See with the cross. No?
No, I like it.
Oh, cool. I'm pretty pleased.
I got very excited that there was an opportunity for you to push the
to
button.
use it, yeah, for sure.
I was flapping my arms around.
It was an unlucky kill from Leanne. She played that really well. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, you'll be thinking if I got it square, it would have been in the ditch for 2. I think she would have got 2 out of that. Instead, it's a kill. Both of them starting from scratch this end.
What will be very interesting to watch is Leanne's first bowl.
Following the drive?
Yes. Yeah. It's often can be hard to reset that weight. Usually it's an indication of how well someone is feeling the green on that day. If you're playing really well on the day, you'll switch back to the draw easily.
Muscle memory, yeah.
If life is a bit more of a challenge on that particular day, sometimes that first bowl after a drive can be harder.
Well, I do know after her drive on the first end, her first bowl was in the ditch following that. Not this one though.
So
She's going to go under it. Not very far.
quite. Yeah, that's an okay first bowl. It really looks like the forehand's blocked up now though. I'd expect Leanne to be on the backhand with her next shot.
She did have to change her hand last end because of where Tanya's bowl sat. Might have to do the same again. Still lining up for the forehand by the looks.
I don't understand.
Oh, there is a track around it, but you are limiting your areas, aren't you?
I suppose I spoke about trusting the line, so you trust it to come back in. Certainly doesn't look intuitive. The weight's lovely. And because the weight's got to be Macy Leanne go again, and look, if she can tuck it in behind there, it's a really good bowl because it'll be hard to get rid of. Fair enough. Do we even need to switch to see where the bowl's going? Right, so now we've seen the switch to the backhand. That's good. I think that's a wise decision.
Yeah.
You spent your first 2 bowls on the forehand side, and now you're giving yourself 2 bowls on the backhand side to find a way in.
Yeah, there are definitely some cases where persistence is key, but I guess often in bowls, you can persist to a fault, can't you?
So, Tanya, yeah, good weight. She's made it in fit. She'll be holding 2. So we saw Brian, the marker, indicate that the shot bowl was that bowl of Tanya's that sits at 11 o'clock to the jack. And she's drawn a lot closer with this one. I see Leanne walking her way back. She'll just draw this. She's got plenty of room. You know, on a normal day, if Leanne was out practicing or whatever, you'd say, well, do you think you can draw within a metre of the jack? She'd do it 8 or 9 times out of 10 here. So that's the sort of the self-talk that might be going on. You know, this is an easy shot. I know I can do this. Say easy in inverted commas. It's a dangerous thing to ascribe to bowls because it's not.
First part's good.
Should be disappointed with that. Yeah, I don't know if you heard that in the ambient mics, but Tanya said, not very pretty bowls from anybody there. So, 2, 15, 12 the score. Interesting. So we enter this, probably the final third of the game, isn't it? 15-12. It feels like we're past halfway, but not at the end.
Yep. Definitely past halfway. But still not on that final stretch.
Yeah, no one's in check-out range, so it's not going to be over. You would think it would be at least 3 or 4 more ends, and that's only if that's the quickest option, and that's if Tanya continues to score.
Yeah, Tanya's definitely teetering on the edge of check-out range.
I would expect maybe 10 ends left in this match. You'd expect that as it's going to be going backwards and forwards, so we'll see Leanne score at a similar rate to Tanya, maybe with a number somewhere. So I reckon final score be sort of in the 21-19 range. That's how it feels to me. On the forehand. And Tanya on the back end. We're sort of 10-4, so the shadows are going to start to be cast over the green. We'll see another change in the way it plays then. Have you found that, Terry, understanding how long does it take you to notice that the green's changed? And how do you identify that it has?
I think it just comes down to trusting what you're seeing, and I would say that more with the bowls, maybe more than anything. So it's more just keeping those awareness levels high. Obviously, if I'm getting a hand and I've got my line, I've got my speed, and then all of a sudden I feel like I'm still doing those same things, but the bowl isn't going to the same place. That's where I'm like, right, where do I need to make my corrections? Sorry. I'm not the most observant person in the world, so things like wind changes or shadows and things like that, I probably more pick up on that based on where the bowls are going as opposed to the actual wind or shadows themselves.
It's Leanne looking to stack up after her first bowl got there. Holding 1.5, probably one there, I think. Clean run. Oh, too clean. So a chance now for Leanne Poulsen to score 2 shots. She'd back herself to do so, I think, Terry.
Yep.
See there, the bowls of Tanya's just a bit scattered, I think. Just lost her line a little bit in the last couple of ends. Not sort of finishing down the centre line like they had been.
Leanne does have all the position by the looks, but it's very open.
Let it go nicely. It's a good line.
Yeah, this should hang around for second.
And a good weight. 2 good bowls. 14-15 the score now. What did I say? 21-19 final score. We'll see how close I get.
Who's got the 21 and who's got the 19?
Couldn't possibly comment. One has 21 and the other one has 19. I think the chamois is just on the left.
Yeah, I was
Going
just having a
going
look.
back to that.
It's been a very tight tussle. Same in the pairs now.
Yeah, 9-8 to Papakura over there. That team of Sonara Watt, who was the selector this year for the first time. And with a bit of guidance from Leanne Poulsen and Margaret Davies, who's apparently left Papakura for the retirement capital of Tauranga. And a shout out to Margaret for her contributions to the sport and the Papakura Bowling Club for many years. Sonara hails from Samoa, lives in Tikawara, and began playing at the Tikawara Club in 2012. After being a member there for 8 years, she joined the Papakura Club to play more competition. That's the lead in the pairs, and the skippers Cheryl. She started playing bowls in the 2007 and 8 season at Papakura Bowling Club, so she's been there for her entire career and has a very impressive resume. Strong club, the Papakura one. To be fair, every club that's playing at this Interclub is a strong club by definition because they've won their centre Interclub. Bowl.
Finishing off now.
Yeah, the last 2 feet forwards turns almost twice that amount and then a bit. It's got that lovely late swing. It's quite satisfying to watch the bowls. Close here from Tanya. Needs to stick with the jack, needs to stick with it. It's unlucky. It's a good bowl, but it's unlucky. You can see there, it's 1-2. One to Leanne.
Leanne saying she'll stay away from it.
It's that sort of communication you can have with your marker. Important to understand where the bowls are in relation to the jack and each other.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll wander up and have a good look herself.
Yeah, that's clever from Leanne. This is where Tanya could ask to come and have a look and call it an exceptional circumstance. You know, just say, can I have a look at the head, please?
So I understand Leanne's reasoning for not wanting to go anywhere near it, but Tanya has a pretty good shot on here to make 2 of it, right? You don't want to play the shots for your opposition, of course, but...
I don't think Leanne intentionally was that far.
Oh, no, I understand that. Oh, she's
Close here. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, what a bowl.
Outstanding.
They both go.
Yep.
And now Leanne's going to hit Tanya's bowl. And they both split off as clean as a whistle, and you follow through for 2.
Leanne's wasting no time in getting down the other end. She knows exactly what shot she's playing.
That was an unbelievably good shot there from Tanya Wheeler.
She has played some really timely shots this game.
So this is such a pretty shot to watch in bowls. If Leanne gets that short bowl, the shortest bowl of Tanya's at 12, the one that's touching the shot bowl, they'll both just split away, and her collision bowl should follow through.
I'd love to see it.
That would be very... I could get excited. We'll have to wait and see. On the forehand. Where's the bowl?
Yeah,
Needs it to hold. It's the right weight to follow through. Oh, short actually.
Yeah, less weight than what I was picturing, although...
No, she's just drawing that. She can't have been playing through.
Yeah, I was expecting a couple of metres through maybe.
And Tanya opting not to play the shot.
Fair.
Yeah, on this occasion that makes sense. Just wait for guidance on whether that was 1 shot or 2. Felt like a 1. What a beautiful bowl that was from Tanya Wheeler.
Yeah, that was exceptional. Really top shot.
Tanya on the backhand. Yep, stayed up on the paddock. That's handy enough. Chance to tighten up here now.
So that was a 2 to Tanya by the looks, Alex.
A 2.
Yeah. So 17-14.
I've got so many buttons in front of me. There we go. 16, 14.
17.
14.
Yes.
So your point is it's now within checkout range, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
although hasn't really put the pressure on Leanne here.
It's Leanne's anchor foot. I have to watch that again.
I think she does stand on the corner of the mat, doesn't she? It's quite an interesting foot placement.
Yeah, usually I pay attention. This is conventional here from Tanya. You put your right foot, your anchor foot, if you're right-handed, in the middle of the mat, sort of pointed essentially in the direction that you're playing. That's okay. You'd say that the knee tucked a little, but conventional. And Tanya following this one down. This is close here.
Yeah, that's worthy of following up.
Beautiful bowl. Yeah, well played. Let's watch Leanne. So she's her anchor foot, her foot on the right. So it's really underneath the line.
Yeah.
So in theory, it means your bowl won't. Well, it should mean your bowl doesn't turn late, but it does. So.
Yeah, but I think it almost looks like she lets the bowl go narrower than how she's angled. Does that make sense?
I've never noticed that before. It's interesting. Very grooved delivery. She's sort of taken underneath the line a little bit. Should make it easy to take your green.
Beautiful lead bowls in the pairs by our Papakuta team.
From Sonara. On the back end, Tanya sitting on 17 shots. It stayed up. So you have to do, what do you play here if you're Leanne? You're just drawing the shot?
Yeah, absolutely. Just drawing the tee.
Interesting. This is interesting.
Mm.
What's on the forehand? Is it a full-blooded drive or? Oh.
See what happens. Definitely not a drive happening.
Reaching bowl.
Well, she's found the port, has she? Oh, she's close. Little touch helps. Wow. Well, that changes the game a wee bit. You know, it could have been, 18, 14, 15, 17 is quite a difference at this end of the game.
Oh, brilliant time to do that. That's a great shot. Really well played. 15, 17. Matt's staying pretty much in the same place. It feels like Tanya's had the slight better of Leanne over the last 4 or 5 ends, so I do wonder if we'll see a short jack. Very good first bowl there from Leanne. And Tanya on the back end. That's a good bowl. Lovely shot. Yeah, very nicely played there. Leanne just ascertaining that the shot bowler is jack level, which means that she can stay on the forehand. Oh, good try. Handy bowl. Remember Tanya sitting on 17 shots. We'll be trying to add a little bit of pressure. Holding still just the one, I think. So Leanne, stay on the forehand, approaching the mat from the left. That's far over to the right as we see it. So that's in order to take a bit more green. Welling it back in. This is a well-played bowl here from Leanne Polson. If she's got the weight. Oh, agonisingly short. And we'd expect to see Tanya chase this bowl up, because it's a chance to sit with 3. Oh, poor bowl. No reason for Leanne to switch hands now. She'll stay on the forehand, I think. Makes her way back down to the mat. On the forehand side. Never noticed that before. That's like extreme use of the mat.
Yeah. But as a routine.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, it's not a criticism. I just hadn't noticed. it. Little feather off that one. Oh, great effort. Not to be, in a golden opportunity here for, you draw for a turn if you move it. It's a 3 situation on the backhand for Tanya Wheeler. What you don't want to do, and this is Joe Edwards' voice, is you're holding the shot, so don't cut the centre line. You're better to miss on the wide side, on the backhand.
Not far away.
Good bowl, beautiful bowl. Should be worth the 2. Interesting. Two. So the score now 19 shots to 15 in the race to 21. It's getting quite tense, isn't it?
It is. And would that be the furthest Tanya's been in front of Leanne? It feels like it's always sort of been a 2-point buffer more than anything else.
I think so. I would.
Possibly 3, I think, when it was 12-9.
Yeah,
maybe.
four's the furthest. A long end again, so we just continue that consistent sort of long ends. How badly do you want this first bowl to be right on top of your Tanya Wheeler? Down Down to the weight. Slightly overplayed, but one to correct from, and Leanne straight into work on the forehand. How's the weight with this one?
Oh, she's pretty close.
That's a good bowl. It's the sort of pressure you want to put on early in the end, isn't it? To just say, look, I'm holding the shot again. Great matchup this has been.
Well,
Good
she got
bowl.
the inside of it. That'll do the job.
And Tanya backing herself to stick to the backhand. Again, just trusting it, I suppose, that you've got there before.
I think she might have liked that one. Might just run on through again.
Came out very smoothly. Something hovering overhead. So Leanne just waiting for maybe probably a bowl to be played. Now playing on the forehand. Careful.
Oh. Don't think it's two though, is it?
No, it's not.
But it does hurt.
Not a yeah. It'd be very it's a sickening feeling when you see a bowl cutting across and you know you're on the tight side, and you're just thinking, well, I either need it to hold or swing. But if it keeps going the way it's going, it's not going to be good. And then it just slices back, and that's exactly what happened there. So
Comes back to Joe's advice if you're holding shot.
don't cut the centre line. I see Leanne there. Very good at monitoring her body language, eh? You know, she's incredible at just staying. It's the same every time. Tanya will chase this down regardless, I would think. Because you want to be up that end when your opposition's playing their last bowl. Ideally looking for a little tickle of the jack. She's not
It's not far away.
not far away at all.
It does need to break a little harder than what it is.
Just gonna run past. Is there merit towards going like jack in the ditch? And if you're narrow, it's not bad. You just cannon a bowl off. Like Leanne's got the two bowls to the left as we see it. You'd be unlucky to make it. Surely you'd be unlucky to make it two.
Yeah. Well, I think I don't like many of the other options because even if you were just on a draw, you're at risk of dropping a two anyway.
I think it depends if that bowl of Tanya's at the back right that we see beats the two ones to the left of Leanne's. I still quite like attacking though. I think that bowl of Leanne's that sits,
If you can get that as square as
Second.
possible.
yeah, both the green bowls should go. if you're wide, because it's not quite touching the green bowls, you should get some jack movement to the back right as we see it.
Yeah.
And she's winding up. This could be quite impressive to watch.
Martinborough's taken the lead in the pairs.
Exciting. And up and over on her bowl she must be playing.
I don't think the back edge of that second bowl of Tanya's would have been ideal. Measuring for the shot anyway, are they?
I'd say so. You just about need calipers for this.
Barely fit the measure in there. Yep.
Calipers on the corner of the... So while we're waiting for that, we'll just cut to a quick video from our friends at Just a Thought.
When someone you care about is going through a tough time, it can be hard to know what to do. Here's 10 ways you can help someone who is struggling. Listen. You might want to give advice, but most people just want to feel heard. Be there. You don't have to fix their problems or find the perfect thing to say. Just let them know you'll be there when they need you. Let them know you get it. Let them know you get why they're struggling, given what they're going through. Knowing their feelings are normal and okay can make the world of difference. Offer practical support. Ask them what you can do to take some of the pressure off. Maybe you could make them a meal or do something to help around the house. Give time. Sometimes simply being there is enough. Hug it out. When appropriate, a hug can bring so much comfort. Talk it out. Offer to be their sounding board and kōrero with them about what they're going through. Remind them how much they matter. Let them know how much you and others care and how important they are. Remind them of their strength. They might not feel strong right now, so remind them of the strength you know they have. Help find them support. Offer to help them find the right services and support they need. For more information and to try an online therapy course, go to justathought.co.nz.
And how good was that time? And we see Tanya now delivering the jack, and she's scored. So 2015 the score.
This hangs around. This would be a really good first bowl to start the end with when you're sitting on 20 shots.
That's interesting. Sorry, that's not interesting. I was just reading something that was interesting. I spoke early on. We were trying to figure out the speed of the green, and Paul Langley's been very helpful. The speed of a green is measured over 27 metres. So the time it takes a bowl to go 27 metres is the speed of a green.
I had heard that actually, but I wasn't confident enough to bring that in.
No, it works.
I wouldn't have known the exact distance, but I knew that there was a distance that was timed over.
So what's the distance between the 2 metre and the 2 metre depends on your greens, doesn't it? Because every green's a slightly different size.
Yeah.
So essentially what I'm trying to say is if I measured it and we measured it 17 seconds and it was from the mat at the 2 metre and the bowl fell a few metres short of the 2 metre 17 seconds, I think we're therefore safe to say that it's probably an 18-second green. Like it won't be slower than 17 because it took 17 seconds to go less than 27 metres.
I won't question you.
I've always wondered if there's like a standard bowl as well. Like you just, surely there'd be like a standard bowl, because if a bowl takes, the wider the arc of the bowl, the longer it should take to
Yeah,
stop.
that's true too.
So is there a standard bowl when we do the official green speed? I don't know.
So Leanne isn't on her favoured hand coming in this direction, is she?
No, she's not. And really we should be talking about the game because it's 20 shots to 15. So Tanya's one away from winning this and holding the win at the moment.
Yeah, that first bowl was a really good one.
Chasing this down. Big pressure. So the Piers game's close as well, 13-12 to Martinborough.
Not far away here. Might need connection.
Oh, got a snack,
Oh,
but
not
just
enough.
passed. Great try. And just a hello to the Martinborough team that will be watching this in approximately 4 hours, as we've just heard in the ambient mic. Tanya saying, oh, it's fine until everyone wants to watch it tonight. So when you tune in, hello, I hope you're having a good evening. Consider it a shout out from the past. So holding the win, Tanya Wheeler has played very well in this match. What do you do? She's on the forehand. Is that to try and not create a target, do you think? Is that the logic here?
Gonna need to look at the head again, I think.
So you're holding one.
Yeah.
Cover, maybe a cover bowl.
Oh. Well. I don't think that was the plan. Oh no, I didn't realise there was a bowl of Leanne's back there either.
Not ideal.
No.
Not ideal.
I think if she'd stuck with it, she might have got away with it. You know, it changes Leanne's shot.
If she'd stuck with the jack, it was genius.
Accidental genius. However, Leanne is now drawing for 2.
Isn't it? It's just a funny game we play. Just that's the smallest of lapses.
Yeah,
You
it'll
know,
be
you're-
interesting to see how this affects her psychologically, because essentially she was sitting with the game 1. Leanne had 1 bowl in hand. If Leanne could somehow make it 2 here,
17-20 would become the score.
yeah, Leanne would now be in the checkout range. But at the end of the day, Tanya's task is still the same as before, and that's just to score 1.
Just watch it from this angle. So there's Leanne's bowl. That's a classy bowl there.
Brilliant. She's made her pay.
17-20 in the race to 21. Exciting.
Well, you're still on track for a 21-19 finish,
Oh, I did
Alex.
say 21-19, didn't I?
Yeah.
And I was trying to figure out how long, and I said I thought it would go between like 9 and 11 ends from whenever I said that. So,
Where do you think Leanne will place the jack?
well, we haven't seen the
Any
jack
change,
moved.
have we?
No, so therefore I think it will just be delivered to the same space as we see a short jack. It was time, but I just hadn't seen any signs of that. So that's on purpose. That's a good call from Leanne. Just trying to ride the unsettledness. You know, you go and
Yep.
my opposition's played a poor bowl. I've got a 2. We want the out of kilter feeling to continue.
Yeah, absolutely. If she'd put it back to the normal spot, it would have been easier, I think, for Tanya to reset and settle back into the game.
Oh, how good. There is a standard bowl. It's a non-biased bowl that's delivered over 27 metres. So it's a straight line. So
Oh.
that's interesting. Thank you, people. Brian Chapman for that nugget of information. That's really interesting. So it essentially means... Yeah, okay. It's all... speed's a weird conversation to have anyway. Needs it to hold. because we'll time bowls or whatever and say, oh, the green is running at X. But in reality,
Yeah.
you know, we think, like we've spoken about before, how players think they know what a slow green is. But unless you've played international bowls or been overseas and tried to play on a slow green, there aren't that many slow greens in New Zealand. You know, we went to Mount Tambourine where it was slowed down to a 9 or 10 second green.
Yeah.
And I had a roll up because I had a free half an hour or so. I just about put my shoulder out. Like, it was ridiculous. You can't explain how slow a slow green is until you've played on one, and you know when you've played on one. So when you turn up to roll and go, oh, the green was running slowly. I think it was running 12 seconds. Probably not. that's probably not the case.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the bowls. 2017. Tanya's going to fall short on this bowl. Oh, fascinating. Just when it felt like the game was coming to an end, it's just got an extra couple of twists and turns here.
Pretty good.
Very
Where's
close.
it going to finish?
Oh, great shot.
Yeah, she's played this well, Leanne.
Tanya chasing this one down.
Certainly got a lot of support from the sidelines.
Beautiful weight.
Martinborough willing her to get over the line. She's done all the work this game to put herself in a good position.
Mm-hmm. It would be, yeah.
But in saying that, Leanne has never been far behind her.
It's been a great game of bowls, really. I think Leanne's... No, they've both played well. There's been bits of magic from both of these players.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. It's been good bowls. That's
Yeah.
3 lovely bowls there from Leanne Poulsen. Rewarded for changing the jack length.
Absolutely.
Is there a thought here where it's like, oh, do I just attack it? You know, do I just go the jack or the bowls? Ultimately, I think that would be a poor decision because you're likely to clunk into your collision bowl would get stopped by some of Leanne's bowls. The jack might go clean past.
Yeah, you'd still be going down. Probably more than one.
Yeah, it's probably a draw feels like the right thing to do here.
And at the end of the day, if you did draw this, you've won the game.
How good would that be?
I feel like she's got it in her.
I wouldn't be surprised. So as it sits, it's 20 all. Tanya on the forehand for the win.
Hard to get a read on what she thinks of that.
For the win. Oh, what did she do?
Possibly not for shot, but I feel like it would have cut it down.
I would say.
By maybe she's only... Leanne might only have one now? 2. 21-19, here it comes.
Oh.
This is your only opportunity for it to be 21-19.
So Tanya scores the one here, and I'm correct at 21-19.
Nothing else can happen.
It has always felt like it's going to be a close finish in this match.
Yeah.
Great stuff. So the jack has been short and successful. So therefore, short jack again here would be what we should be expecting, Terry.
Yeah.
Leanne just threw a short jack and played 3 great bowls. So it should be... Yeah, shortish. That's shortish.
Mid-length, but I think the intention was there, right?
Mm.
Doesn't feel like that long ago where Tanya was holding the win when the score was 20 shots to 15.
Mm. Well done on the use of shots there as well.
Done it 2 or 3 times.
It was
I feel
almost
natural.
seamless.
Yeah.
Right. So you're Tanya thinking, this is my opportunity here. The door's been left open-ish
Yep.
by Leanne on the back end. Needs it to hold. I think this change of length is doing wonders for Leanne. I think it feels like it's unsettled Tanya a little bit. Again, we see Leanne persisting with the hand, even if it looks a little bit blocked. Out nice.
This will be close.
If the weight's right.
It's good.
That's beautiful.
Hang about.
Yeah,
Yep.
lovely.
Still room for Tanya, but enough to put that little bit of pressure on. Oh, this is close too, isn't it? Depends on the weight. Brilliant line.
Beautiful track. Do you walk after this bowl if you're Leanne, Terry?
I think she will.
Again, it's about letting the opposition know, isn't it? You're going, look, you have to play a bowl under pressure, and I'm here watching.
Oh, this is good.
Now she's holding the win.
Wow.
That's amazing. That's amazing. No back bowls from Tanya, so she can't be aggressive. She just has to spend 2 bowls on the draw here.
Yeah.
This game's absolutely turned around on a dime. And Leanne Poulsen in the box seat. Wow. What do you do here if you're Leanne, Terry? You're holding the win. Got your 2 shots. Do you just go to the back? I'd be tempted to go to the 2 metre mark. You know, why would you make a bigger target? I suppose on the forehand.
I don't mind.
You're not making a bigger target on the forehand
No,
side.
that's right. And she's been playing the forehand so well. If she kept that same line, I don't know. I'd be tempted to go again because as it sits, Tanya can draw a second shot. If you're drawing a second shot as good as your first one, that's limiting Tanya's options even further.
And it's not easier to hit then, therefore.
I think
fine.
if Tanya had something at the back, for sure I'd be looking for the back. But that's not the case.
Yep. I'm sold. So on the forehand, as close as you can get. Around the short bowl. It's quite exciting, Terry. And the pairs is close too, 14-12 to Martinborough on the 16th end. .50-50 bowl there. No harm.
Yeah, no damage.
Hasn't made it easier, therefore it's fine. And I think Tanya literally just has to try and draw a second shot.
And her weight looked good.
Her weight was perfect.
Yep.
Imagine drawing the shot here to win a match 21-19.
I was just picturing that.
And that's what Tanya will be visualising. Big pressure. Leanne's gone for a walk. Is she close?
I think she has to connect. No.
And so the final score, 21 shots to 19, and congratulations to...
21 shots to 20.
Oh, I wondered why you hit me. I was trying to get the 21-19. Imagine being abused in the commentary booth. 21 shots to 20. Congratulations to Papakura's Leanne Poulsen. Stay tuned, though, because we'll be back shortly with the final end, or 2 ends, of the pairs match.
When someone you care about is going through a tough time, it can be hard to know what to do. Here's 10 ways you can help someone who is struggling. Listen. You might want to give advice, but most people just want to feel heard. Be there. You don't have to fix their problems or find the perfect thing to say. Just let them know you'll be there when they need you. Let them know you get it. Let them know you get why they're struggling, given what they're going through. Knowing their feelings are normal and okay can make the world of difference. Offer practical support. Ask them what you can do to take some of the pressure off. Maybe you could make them a meal or do something to help around the house. Give time. Sometimes simply being there is enough. Hug it out. When appropriate, a hug can bring so much comfort. Talk it out. Offer to be their sounding board and kōrero with them about what they're going through. Remind them how much they matter. Let them know how much you and others care and how important they are. Remind them of their strength. They might not feel strong right now, so remind them of the strength you know they have. Help find them support. Offer to help them find the right services and support they need. For more information and to try an online therapy course, go to justathought.co.nz.
Sorry, and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2024
Interclub.
Oh, goodness gracious. It's been a long day. And we join you with the coverage of the women's pairs. We've just seen minutes ago Leanne Poulsen defeat Tanya Wheeler 21 shots to 20. An absolute nail-biter of a game, although all my nails have remained intact. And we moved on now to the pairs, where the score is similarly tied up, 14-13. And I'll see if I can get an update on the fours as well, so we have an understanding of how the match is sitting.
Yeah, we've certainly seen two really tight battles on screen this round, with both the singles and the pairs. Martinborough's Tanya Wheeler did sort of have her nose in front for the bulk of that singles game, but unfortunately not at the end there when it mattered, really.
It was very close all the way through. Tanya she extended her lead to, I think, 4 at one stage, which is as far in front as she ever got.
No, then she made it to 2015.
Five in front.
Holding game until she was not. And Leanne just really, made it all count after that. She had her sniff at a victory and made it count.
Yeah, bowls is it's a strange sport we play, isn't it? But a good match that was. I enjoyed that. And into the pairs we go. So for Papakuta, we've got Sonara Watt off the front and Cheryl skipping. And for Martinborough, it is other people. Marianne Wilson and Micaiah Campbell. Mac and Wilson.
Of course, we've seen the Wilson mascot throughout the singles game.
We have. So Mac has been playing for 20 years and has 30 Wairarapa titles, which is very impressive. And Marianne Wilson became a proud grandmother twice over several weeks ago, apparently. Her daughter, Nicole, and son, Tim, both had babies within weeks of each other.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that lovely?
Congratulations to the Wilson Toomey clan.
On the forehand. Where are we? 5.
From the glimpses I've seen of this match, there have been some really good bowls played. Certainly lots of noise coming from either the rink or the sidelines, which is great to see.
Oh, it's great, isn't it? Just the atmosphere.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you're at a national final.
So this is Mac or Micaiah on her backhand. Good shot.
Oh, do both Martinborough ladies have orange bowls? That's helpful.
That's extremely helpful.
I do love orange bowls.
Oh, this is exciting. So we have an update on the fours. So remember, the singles was won by Papakura. The fours is halfway through the last end, and the score is 12 to Papakura and 11 to Martinborough after 14. And the pairs is 13-14 to Martinborough. So it should be that we may need the pairs for a result. I'll get an update when the fours is completed, but if Papakura won the singles and Martinborough wins the fours, then it comes down to the pairs, doesn't it? How exciting has this match been, and what a shot that is
Yeah,
from
it's
Cheryl.
been exciting across the board, hasn't it?
Oh, from Max, sorry. And the excitement, I forgot who played that bowl just after you told me all the Martinborough team was the orange bowls. So Martinborough leading 14-13. It's the penultimate end. For Cheryl, you'd think second shot here is okay. You're 2 down last bowl. Or would you be trying to score?
Oh, second shot's fine here. A bonus if you manage to score.
Just having a look at the head.
Yeah, that's it. Indicating, looking for second shot.
And second shot's good fishing.
Yeah.
Last bowl, a 2 is very achievable on a last bowl.
Yeah.
So Cheryl on the forehand.
They look semi-interested, don't they?
They do.
For good reason, maybe.
How's the weight? How's the weight here from Cheryl?
Oh,
What if it
wow.
sits down? Oh, what a beautiful effort that was.
Not far off from holding shot itself.
I quite like playing those bowls as practice, but like meters and meters away from where they're supposed to be. I don't mind that. Just having a
So maybe just
to the
practicing
short
drawing to
tee
the...
or across the head, or
You wouldn't... Would you be brave enough to sort of draw to the ditch edge, maybe, or no?
depends
Is that
how I'm playing.
if you're trusting your line?
If I was trusting my green, yes. Usually short's fine, or across the head, or to somewhere that isn't where the head's sitting. Anyway, it was 1 to Martinborough, so that means that on this final end, the score is 15-13 to Martinborough. Remember, they've lost the singles match, and we're still waiting on a result in the fours. They're still playing the fours. It could come down to this. It could come down to the pairs. Quite exciting.
Yeah, for all three games to sort of be within that 1 or 2 point, 1 or 2 shot.
Oh, you were doing so well, Terry, and you've just let down Joe Edwards. Continue.
Yeah, I think it's just, I think it's really something. It just makes for a really good competition. Really good start here from Wilson.
Wilson. Oh, great. I love that volleyball. That's a fantastic. Cool. And this is Sanara, who we spoke about, lives in Tikawata, did I say? Yeah. Don't they have a brass band in Tikawata? Isn't that a... No?
You're asking the wrong person.
The Tikawata brass band? I'm sure that's a real thing. On the forehand again.
I can remember years ago playing business house bowls down in Wellington, Victoria, and Marianne would have been there. Nicole, Tim.
Well-known bowls family, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
They had a lot of success as well. So Martinborough protecting a 2-shot lead. That was a terrifying noise. And this is okay. You two up last D end. This is reasonable stuff here from...
Oh, if she grabs the jack.
Martinborough, only because the head's quite scattered. So it's hard, you know, it comes down to this bowl really. We spoke about that, how important the last bowl of the lead was. If Sanara can draw the shot, then you're just adding 1 for your 2. Whereas if she can't draw the shot, you need to have 2 effective bowls from your skip, which is what's going to need to happen now. So we need effective bowls here from Cheryl.
Yeah, I guess the one positive from this is that she's grouped really well. So if you can find a way to get the jack back into that black pocket there, yeah, you're getting your
That's good.
getting your shots needed.
Oh, I'm getting the results in from the fours, remembering that Papakura's prevailed in the singles match. I can see my reporter typing. I can see the typing thing. So hot off the press, the results from the fours when he's finished the story. Final score, Papakura 15, Martinborough 11. So Papakura's won the match, and now Martinborough, if they can hold on to the pairs, that'll be helpful for a count back if it gets close on a count back. So congratulations to Papakura winning the singles 21-20 and the fours 15-11. Looking like Martinborough's going to sit okay for the pairs, and 3 very close games indeed in this match, Terry.
Yeah, that's a good result for Papakura. They had a 3-0 win this morning, so backing that up well.
A very good result for Papakura it is, because there would have been a few moments there looking across at the singles where they would have been thinking, well, we have to back our pairs and fours to do the business. Fickle sport we play. Cheryl here on the backhand. Needs to play 2 effective bowls out of the 3. Just be drawing it on the backhand. Yeah, there we go. Close if she's got the weight. Oh, well, there's still... So if you just pick up the jack and then place it, you'd score 4 beautiful shots there for the Papakura team. They're all in that same space.
Yeah, they'll be wishing that's where the jack was.
Mac on the backhand. It is actually extremely helpful that they're all orange bowls, isn't it? From the Martinborough club.
Oh, that's opened up a little bit of a trail option.
You may as well. Oh, if you've won the 2 games, your manager might say, look, we've won 2 games, just keep it close for a diff.
Yeah, and does she still have 1 bowl left? So she could still draw 2 shots for the draw here.
Yeah. How's the weight? Very close here from Cheryl. Just needs, that's a very good bowl. So now it's adding to that for the 2 instead of having to play a super effective bowl. Nope. Oh no. So now Cheryl just has to rinse and repeat, you would think, unless she's not got the shot. If she doesn't have the shot, do you play the forehand for a little trail or resting through the shot bowl, Terry?
Yeah, I like that.
Probably go the shot bowl and then I'd pinch it narrow by mistake and pop the jack back for 4 up.
I suppose the bowl is a bigger target than the jack, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So the theory would be you play 3 or 4 feet over onto the orange bowl that sits at 7 o'clock to the jack. And if you are narrow for whatever reason, that's enough weight for good luck.
Yeah.
Good things can happen all around.
Yeah, sometimes you've got to create your own luck, and if you're missing in the right areas...
Give yourself a chance, eh? I don't like shaking hands before the game's finished. Anyway, last bowl here from Cheryl. Got the double teapot. Oh, and then let's see. So we're expecting to see a forehand shot.
That's if she's not holding, of course.
Yeah, I mean if she... Yeah.
If she is holding...
Okay, so she's on the back end. She must be holding. And she's very close here.
Very good.
This is amazing.
Great way to finish.
Oh, no. Oh.
Almost moved the jack in the wrong direction.
What a beautiful bowl that was. 4-2.
Yeah.
2.
2.
Great stuff. Well, thank you, Terry, for joining me in the commentary booth today. We won't see you back. We've got Peter Thorne for the rest of the weekend, so I just wanted to get what were your thoughts on the day? Did you enjoy the bowls and the Interclub and all that sort of thing?
Oh, brilliant. I love the concept of the Interclub. I love the format. I think it's going to be a fantastic weekend all around, and I'm looking forward to tuning in on the finals day.
Brilliant. That was a really good wrap. So to viewers, we are broadcasting 2 more days. Tomorrow we start at 11. We start at 11 and it'll be section play of the men's event, probably Gore versus Stoke, which should be a pretty good matchup. And then post-section, the quarterfinals of the men's event in the afternoon, followed by Sunday, where we will start broadcasting at 8:30, the semi-final of the women, followed by the final of the men. So until tomorrow at brunch time, I've done such bad wrap-ups, eh?
I gave you the easiest.
You gave me the absolute world, and it's all fallen apart. So I suppose on that note, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
We
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
Aotearoa.
We see you.
We see the can-do spirit that makes us who we are.
As whānau,
As communities, as Kiwis.
We see that positivity.
That willingness to help each other out.
but what about helping ourselves?
Sometimes we find it tough and experience feelings that challenge us.
Feelings that we may not understand.
Feelings we may not want to share.
Even with those closest to us.
In times like these, let's use that Kiwi spirit to look after ourselves.
Like we look after others.
Let's focus on building the skills and knowledge we need to look after our own well-being.
With the right tools, you can discover your own path to wellness.
Ka whati te ti, ka wana te ti, ka rito te ti. Aotearoa, we see you.